see. So that's
Oh, that's cool. Well, we can always edit. That's not okay. So let's go for it, guys. Steve and Robert, welcome. We're so glad to be here with you. And what do you have to say?
you never want to ask. Never want to give an Irishman an open question like that.
Well, the very first thing I have to say is, everyone is thank you and welcome. I mean, this is really a wonderful opportunity, and just really want to also thank Oksana and Richard for the great job they've done in helping to organize this, and of course, all of our wonderful resource team leaders. Thank you.
Just briefly, excuse me, Stephen, please, everyone turn off your microphones. Pardon, go ahead.
Okay. I second the emotion from Robert, and I would just add, thank you, Robert, for being my sort of professional, my professional brother, my spiritual mate. I just point out that probably many of you know that, Robert and I actually have known each other 45 years. And am I the only one getting Fedora's voice there?
Yeah, I'm getting that as well.
I'm getting also. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. Yes. Russian.
Yes.
Yeah, we have this voice here. Yeah.
That's right. The Russians are listening to everything. Okay.
Richard,
so
you can mute.
Fedor, can you get your mic off? I think that's Fedor. Okay. So as I was saying, Robert and I have known each other 45 years. We started together at University of California at Santa Cruz. We were in the first NLP groups. I went my way and left Santa Cruz and kind of did different stuff. But Robert and I came back together, like 25 years ago, Robert, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I guess.
I mean, I can always date it in terms of how old the kids are.
Right, our daughters are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mine's
So
40 now, so that's getting a while.
My daughter is now 28, but she was about 3 when we bumped into each other. And since that time, we've had this, what to me has been just an amazing collaboration and partnership that particularly shows up in terms of the generative coaching work.
Yeah, I want to just say I agree with that, and it's been I think this work that we want to be presenting to you is really I think a really wonderful integration of those two paths that we've been on, and how those have come together, I think, in a really unique and powerful way.
So usually, we've taught this course, the 4-day module 1 live, and usually we have like 6 or 7 hours, but we have a more compressed time here online, and partly it's just people can't handle more than maybe 4 or 5 hours on Zoom. So we're going to try to keep things moving at a good pace.
Yes, I think this is in a way a rather momentous moment. This is actually our first time of doing the generative coaching work online. I mean, Stephen and I have been doing a lot of online stuff over the past year. I think this is really it's a first, and so welcome to us for this being part of this itself, a generative event, a generative experience.
We sent you an outline of what we're going to be doing today. It always starts with our poems, partly to honor our Irish roots, but just as meaningfully, we really emphasize that in order for language to be creative, in order for language to really produce sustainable change, it has to be. Sorry,
we're getting some.
Richard, can you just ask everybody to turn off their mics? Can you turn them off? Okay.
That's one of the Everybody, that's one of our the joys of Zoom. As we all know, those little sounds that come in. For us, it's just something more to utilize as part of this generative dance together.
So what we'll be talking about, especially these 4 days, is that the core activity of human being is creativity. It used to be, we grew up in San Francisco in the 60s and we thought love, but in some ways a more deeper phenomena that includes love is creativity. And so we're really studying what are the conditions that allow our efforts, our words, our action to really produce positive, sustainable change.
And by the way, I think it's obvious from this past year of why creativity is so important, because things are going to be challenged, disrupted. We're going to be called upon again and again to be creative, to find new solutions, to be innovative. And as Stephen was saying, this is what we think part of the language of poetry is that it's not sort of locked into just simply the sort of linear left brain version of language. It's a language that's more opening out to bigger possibilities and multiple perspectives of interpretation.
You look at the historical evolution of human development, many people say the first human language was music, the second was poetry, and the third, sort of Johnny come lately, was literality.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to really connect to the roots of creativity. And so we're really attentive to how the words move through the body, how the breath and the resonance open up into the world. And that may sound esoteric at this point, but I think you'll have a reasonable, practical sense of what we mean by that by the end of the 4 days.
Our mutual mentor, one of our mutual mentors, Gregory Bateson, was started as an anthropologist and of course was a founder of cybernetics and a lot of modern systems theory and systems work. He used to say that logic, language as logic, he said, if you're very generous, it's maybe 5,000 years old. I mean, maybe. That's how long logic has been around. So humans, we've been around a lot longer than that. So as we say, our initial languages were not the sort of logical linear. And so this is why when we speak some of these other forms of language that we'll be using, it's to sort of access our deeper being.
So let's start with a couple of poems. Robert, you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you. So speaking of our Irish roots, my poem is from an Irishman. It's not exactly a poem. It's in poetic language. It's more a blessing. It's from a book called Benedictus, which means blessings, by an Irish writer named John O'Donoghue. And to me, this one says a lot about kind of our starting point today, the starting point of where we think that creativity begins. And the title of this reading, this blessing, is called For Presence. And he says, awaken to the mystery of being here and enter the quiet immensity of your own presence. Have joy and peace in the temple of your senses. Receive encouragement when new frontiers beckon, when new frontiers call you, and respond to the call of your gift and the courage to follow its path. Let the flame of anger free you from all falsity, and may warmth of heart keep your presence aflame. May anxiety never linger about you, and may your outer dignity mirror an inner dignity of your soul. Take time to celebrate the quiet miracles that seek no attention, and be consoled by the secret symmetry of your soul. And may you experience each day as a sacred gift woven around the heart of wonder. So may we experience this day, these next hours, as a sacred gift woven around the heart of wonder. And I think this poem just says a lot about where we begin in our generative change work, which is always in the present, with ourselves, our center, with what is, kind of opening up and opening out, so that we can really have access to, all of our intelligences.
Awesome. Beautiful poem. So I have a sort of a parallel poem, and this is by William Stafford, who's one of our late great American poets. He died, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago. And he lived most of his adult life in the Pacific Northwest in Oregon, was part Native American. And you can hear it in this poem. It's called Being a Person. And I think, to me, this is a good description, complementary to what Robert was just sharing in that poem, to what we're looking at as the creative process. It's called Being a Person. He says, be a person here. Stand by the river and invoke the owls. Invoke winter and then spring. That any season that wants to come here make its own call. And after that sound goes away, wait. Then suddenly a slow bubble begins to arise through the earth, and it begins to include the sky and the stars and all of space, even the outracing, expanding thought. So come back and hear that little sound again. Suddenly, the dream that you're having matches everyone's dream, and the result is the world. If a different call came, there wouldn't be any world, or you, or the river, or the owls calling. So how you stand here is important. How you listen for the next things to happen. How you breathe. Be a person here.
So, I think we hear also in this poem something that's very important as key to what generative coaching and all generative change work is about, which is sort of the attention to the state of our filters, the way that we stand, the way that we listen, the way that we breathe. That's going to determine, as that poem is saying, what kind of world we create. I think this is a really key premise of the generative change work, is the state of our filters will determine how we experience the world and how we respond, and ultimately what kind of reality we create.
Stated in a slightly different way, we're really holding the question at the core of the conversation. What is it that you most want to create in your life? Okay? And then we see that your creativity really is primarily a function of the state that you're in as you go to pursue it. So just as an obvious example, if I say, I really want to be able to feel free in my relationship with my kid.
If you just try a little harder, Steve, I think you can probably do it.
And I mean, you don't have to be an advanced professional to see that dog don't hunt, that's not going to make it if I'm holding a positive intention, but my somatic state, among one filter of somatic state, is really a neuromuscular lock.
And there's many ways that can happen. I mean, I could be saying, well, I really want to just be more confident. I'd really like self-confidence. Again, probably from that state, it's going to be a long, hard journey. So again, this is why we're saying we always are going to put our first attention to the state of those filters.
So let's talk about just some of these core premises that we use to sort of as the contextual base for the work.
So Steve, I'll share my screen, I guess we can.
Okay, Robert. And they have their PDF also, just
Yeah.
point out.
Yeah. So yeah, a couple of just basics as we get started here. I think one of the first is we always like to put the generative coaching work in context of sort of the larger history of change work in general. That is actually
Western secular change work.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, yes, Western, not necessarily shamanic work, etc. The recent kind of in our developments over the last 50 or so years, 50, 100 years, where it's really become kind of a, like you were saying, Steve, a secular profession.
So we usually think of Freud as a good representative of that. Of course, there are many different people involved in what we would call the first generation, where partly because it was 19th century Viennese culture, there was a sense of your suffering is not just due to physical illness. Your suffering may in fact be due to emotional or psychological or things that have happened in your life. And that would wound you or traumatize you, and then that would stay in the mind body. And the method that unfolded from that is it was my head talks to your head, basically. We're having an intellect. The change agent, the therapist, is in a one-up position. The major ideas is if we just locate that single core trauma that and be able to understand it, that will set you free. And all of the questions were about the problem and the past and the fact that you're really fucked up.
And they in fact called it the talking therapy. And the whole premise that Freud had was, if we talk about it, if you could actually talk about it, then it would come into your cognitive, rational consciousness, and you would figure it out, because you had this sort of age of rationality. And so the whole idea was, if you can kind of pull it out of the garbage can of your unconscious and bring it into this kind of cognitive, intellectual, verbal understanding, that would allow you to somehow, get rid of it, or,
So this was pretty the dominant Western mode in the first half of the 20th century. And then partly because of the war and so many people were suffering, and there was a big cultural shift that began to emerge first in the therapy world. People who had more of a humanistic or relational or future orientation approach. People like Carl Rogers, people like our mentor, Milton Erickson, who said, you don't have to analyze the past. The best type of conversation isn't my head talking to your head. Really, the goal of therapy should be to tune into a person's resources and strengths, and in a way that allows them to step into the world and go forward into their life and have a positive future.
And people like Fritz Perls, starting these groups, Gestalt groups at Esalen, down in between where Stephen and I live in California. And this also began this whole realization that you don't have to be broken, that actually, going to these Gestalt groups was for personal growth. And out of that sort of blossoming of personal growth came this whole notion of coaching that was, solution-oriented, future-oriented, resource-driven, action-oriented, and where in the sort of most, let's say, strict forms of coaching, you don't talk about problems, you don't talk about the past. The only thing that you're really focusing on is the future and the resources that you need to get there.
And while it's thought that the relationship is qualitatively different, it's collaborative, not one up. Still, it's pretty much a verbal, my head talking to your head.
Yeah.
And the sense of we don't talk about negative emotions, or we don't talk about problems, just focus positively on a positive future. And we, we really want to emphasize that how that emerged as what we would call traditional mainstream coaching. It had a 30 or 40 year beginning with all those humanistic psychotherapies. There's, like Robert, I mean, when we were in Santa Cruz, I spent a whole quarter living at Esalen, just, living and breathing those sort of new age psychotherapies in the hot tubs.
Yeah.
So that's where coaching came, and you could see it in many ways as a sort of a reaction to, which is often, the case, is that something becomes so imbalanced, like the traditional psychotherapy, that you just go over to the opposite side.
In fact, in sort of this more strict sort of coaching philosophies, the coach does not have the answer. In the traditional therapy, the therapist should have the answer in some way. In these new therapies, it's all oriented towards the client and the resources of the client. So it is kind of this mirror imaging, as Steve was saying.
So we see then generative coaching as sort of a third generation of this transformational work or this secular change work. And as you'll see over the next 4 days, there's a couple of really unique dimensions. One is that the relationship connection is considered to be the creative consciousness for the change.
In other words, we're saying it's not the coach that has the answer. It's not the client that has the answer. The answer emerges as a result of the quality of the relationship, of the generativity that is inherent in the relationship and interaction, what we'll be calling the field that is held together by the coach and client.
So one of the skill sets then for the generative coach is how to make that connection to self open to something bigger, and then feel this sort of resonant, sort of shimmering connection between the client and the coach. And something comes out of that relational mind that really, I think, is the game changer. So that's one of the things we'll look at.
We like to say it's kind of like a third consciousness, a creative consciousness that is coming from that relationship.
Just like generative coaching is a little bit of Steve and a little bit of Robert. And then we make love.
Much more. So actually, the whole idea of a coach, I mean, the original term, a coach, actually meant a vehicle. It was named after a town in Hungary, in fact, that created these, carriages that were used throughout Europe. And so basically it meant a vehicle that takes you from some present state to a desired state. And that's where the whole sort of metaphor of coaching and being a coach came from. And we're suggesting that vehicle is the relation between the coach and the client. The vehicle is not the coach, is not actually the coach that's taking the client to that desired state. It's that generative field that they're holding between them.
That's the base.
Yeah, we call it.
And then the second part, which we especially get from Milton Erickson, is this notion that while we have what we'll be calling the 6 steps for sustainable change, it's appreciated that there's no fixed way to do any of the steps.
Right.
We're going to be talking about what we consider the core prototype methods for each step. But in actuality, much of what unfolds in life is not on the map that you were thought was supposed to guide you.
It's co-created in the moment. It's co-created as you are on that journey. And I think this is especially true of generative change, because in this diagram it's sort of showing, well, all coaching is about moving from a present state to a desired state, gathering resources, following a path, dealing with obstacles. But in generative change, one of the big challenges is that desired state has never existed before. It's something new, and that path has never existed before. Nobody knows what it is. So all of those things are being created as you are in that coaching process.
That's the second main dimension of generative coaching that we hope to make clear over the next 4 days. And then the third, which is really important, we really welcome and make friends with every negative experience and every sort of core pattern that seems to be blocking the path of change. And we see that not only is it essential, because no matter who you are, no matter how advanced you are, no matter where you live, the more interesting a life that you want, the bigger the obstacles will appear. And so we really have to look hard at this question: what is the nature of these demons, these obstacles, these terrible problems? And more importantly, what would be the most helpful way to creatively engage with them so that they become significant contributors to this unfolding positive life that we're interested in creating?
In fact, our view towards obstacles is similar to there's an old Zen saying, which is obstacles don't block the way, obstacles are the way. Obstacles don't block the path, they are the path. And in that sense, for us, we would say that these obstacles are actually absolutely essential in order to be able to have a creative process and a creative life.
I think that's Lao Tzu.
That's it.
Yeah, I believe so. I have a T-shirt with it. So
okay, great. It's good. So again, generative means we're creating. It's the best way to describe generative is creative, but it's a certain type of creativity that especially means things that have not existed before. They're kind of being generated for the first time. So,
and this is typically where people show up in our office if they're wanting coaching. It's not that they're in the middle of their normal cycle, but you can see, every system, an individual, a relationship, a family, a culture, goes through these death and rebirth cycles, across the life of that system. And where people really develop symptoms, where they seek help, is when there's a big shift that happens that ensures that they cannot continue in their old way, and they don't know what the new way looks like yet.
Yeah. So you're kind of standing at the edge of this precipice, the unknown. And this, by the way, is where we also saying here it's about this kind of deeper change. Sort of a lot of generative change is evolutionary, and it's one of the reasons why we put this interesting quote from Steve Jobs in there, from his sort of famous speech at Stanford, where he says, "Your time is limited, so don't waste it living somebody else's life." And I think that's a really core part of what generative coaching work is about. What's your life? And he says, don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of other people's opinions drown out your own inner voice. And here again, I think this is key to the generative change work. It says, most important, have the courage to follow your heart and your intuition. Notice not your logical, rational reasoning, but your heart and your intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary. So again, we hear this importance of using other intelligences.
But by the way, examples of when you need a generative response that it's necessary. How about the last year? So I think we have faced the most cataclysmic changes, certainly in my lifetime. I'm just turned 66, so I don't think I've ever gone through a year quite as earth-shaking as what we've gone through. And so we are challenged to have this whole new relationship to the environment, this whole new relationship between men and women, this whole new relationship with people of color and white people, this whole new relationship about how we do government, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's at more the larger level. But with that, all those disruptions, our individual identities have been so shaken. I mean, last year, 2019, I was on the road 230 days a year.
Yeah.
I was on track to exceed that in the first 2 months of 2020, and then I was in New York, and I think beginning of March, and I barely made it out of there. And I've been here in my little beach town up the San Diego coast since then. I haven't gotten on an airplane. So that's true for most of us, in the sense of, who am I? How do I create my life at this time of great change? That's the generative challenge.
Yeah, and again, big part of this, we were talking about it from our poems, especially the one that Stephen was reading, is this notion then that yeah, there are these things that happen around us politically. There's a pandemic, there's economic changes, etc. But we are not victims of that change. That in fact we have a very key participation in that, and that's why our first premise is that this idea that we create our reality, and there's many examples of that on big levels and small levels. This whole notion that our reality is basically what is coming to us and through us through our filters.
And of course, we don't mean that just individually, but we mean that collectively as well. But the planet's been here for like 4 billion years, as Robert was alluding to at the outset. How long have we humans been here? Really, just a little blink of an eye. And look at what we have done on the planet. We live in the best of times and the worst of times. One of the things I love about traveling all over the world is every culture is so beautiful. And the cities and the art and the food and the dancing and the people and the clothes. And, it's just absolutely amazing. Who created that?
We all did, yes.
But we also live in a time where, 1% of the population is controlling most of the resources of the entire planet. Who created that? We did. We also live in this time where we have to communicate in new ways. I mean, I always think if Zoom and Netflix didn't exist in the last year, we probably would have had massive suicides.
We had massive suicides anyway in some places.
That's right. But when Robert and I were going to school, I was a second major in psychology, and then it was called information sciences. It wasn't even called computer sciences back then.
Oh.
And you had Fortran and basic programming. You had to type it all out on these little cards, and then they would give you this big, stack of paper. If you had one little mistake, the whole thing wouldn't work.
Remember waiting all night in the room because they had one big IBM 360 that you had to use, and you had to wait in line. But anyway, this is just a statement about how much things have changed. And so kind of one of our first core premises here is that our filters translate, this quantum world of possibilities that we can know through our imagination, through our dreams, that we get access to, that we know it often very, very intimately as a child, this whole sense of a world of possibilities that become translated into sort of concrete expression through our filters.
And then we build these representational maps that allow us to take action in some sort of extended, sustained way. And so we create reality. Reality is created through filters. We talk about the somatic filters, the way your body is organized. All the research I did at Stanford for 5.5 years as a graduate student was about how your emotional state was a filter for all your cognitive processes. Surprise, surprise. Your beliefs, your ideas, your intention. These all significantly influence the reality that you experience. In essence, psychology is the study of filters.
Right.
Right.
As we say, all we know is what our filters produce. And then the interesting question, as we said, and this is why you see this little image of a prism there on that slide. It's showing that kind of a white light comes in and it's broken into all the colors. So we could say that white light is sort of like this quantum possibility. All of the colors are in it. But in order for them to manifest, they've got to be put through this filters. And we have these types of filters, our somatic, cognitive, and then our relational filters, our cultures, our families. So we're saying it's these things that we are going to be working with in the generative coaching work.
And then the third and maybe the most important thing, maybe we go to premise 4, Robert.
Okay, premise 4.
It is how we hold those filters is probably even more important than what the filters are.
Yeah.
So they say we can either hold them in a locked way in which it basically we're living in this dark room when we're in muscle tension or we have a negative relationship to our map or our filter, and we see that as the sort of functional way that sustained suffering and extended problems are created. You have a map and you're locked onto it.
The alternative is this notion of having a mindful place where there is a creative flow, and that the way your filters are is they're able to attune, we can say it's like antennas to a larger spectrum of possibilities.
So that means if, like, Robert and I were having a conversation, if I was in a crash, what we call crash, then if I'm like in that state with Robert talking about something, I will have a very, very limited experience, a very, very limited set of responses. And that state that I'm in will doom me to just repeating the same unpleasant, unrewarding reality again and again and again and again.
One of the tricky things, though, and this is going to show up, as you'll see when we do our coaching, is that here it's really obvious what's happening in this image. But there's a lot of different forms of crash. They do not all look like that. And some of them are very subtle. It just shows up as a knitted brow. It shows up as the eyes fixating, a little bit of tension in the shoulders or a stop of the breath. And those can be just as restricting. They can lock us and sort of shut down doorways to possibilities as much as something like this, exaggerated example.
So what we're looking to do in generative coaching is open this sort of field that holds all the maps, all the feelings, all the ideas, all the relationships into something we call a coach state.
So in crash, by the way, basically, and again, these are sort of the exaggerated examples, but all that is available is what we call these sort of the four F's, fight, flight, freeze, and fold. And again, there are many, many possibilities of that. They don't always show up as, something so obvious. But we'll be, again, looking at that. Now, as Stephen was saying, though, what we're looking to do is to transform this type of way of holding filters into what we call the coach state.
And there's a great model for a coach state.
Yes.
I mean, you imagine that this guy and his people were, in jail for decades and decades, and he was, treated in the worst possible way. And this is how he came out of jail. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
So he would be one of our models that ultimately you have the capacity, regardless of the circumstances, to open this, what we call the coach state, which is an acronym
For
centered, open, aware, connected, and we say hospitable or holding, or sometimes honoring. There's several H words that I think can fit there, which is you've got this space where you're able to be with whatever is happening from this place of curiosity, consciousness, and resourcefulness and creativity, obviously.
To create something new, this is a necessary condition. Right? This is one of our strongest points in generative coaching. So part of your skill set in being a generative coach is how to help people to get into a state where they experience centered, open, awareness flow, positively connected, able to welcome and be hospitable to whatever is there. To get there, to recognize when they lose it, which is often, and how to get back there. And one of our main claims of generative coaching, if you engage with the challenges of your journey while you're in a coach state, you will find a way to succeed.
If you're in the same exact circumstances and you engage those same circumstances in a crash state, you're in trouble. You're probably going to make things worse. You're going to, probably enter into some kind of a vicious circle or a downward spiral.
So let's do a little, shall we do our little, I think, group?
Yeah. Let's do a little group process where we'll just do some kind of, we always love to start everything that we do in a coach state. And there's one thing to, again, just like we were saying about the CRASH acronym, there are many, many, many varieties of coach. They don't all look the same. There's no single recipe. We experience many, many, many different types of coach states in our lives. And one of the important things is to be able to have, and in terms of being able to be resilient, is to be able to have as many different ways to get to that state as possible.
Okay, so we will invite you to stand up for this. We're going to just guide you through about a 10-minute process.
Yeah.
And
I think we'll try to make sure that during this Zoom calls, we both like to take time to various points to stand up ourselves. I think it's good so that we're not, sort of stuck. One of the ways that we lock our filters is to sort of stay sitting where basically everything below the waist is, cut off.
So this is we're just going to guide you through. There's no fixed way for you to experience it. And we are, as the coach, we are looking to step into a similar experience in ourselves. So we're not just focusing on the other person. We're looking to awaken that same state within us. And then the attitude is more like, water's great, come on in and join me.
So we're really looking for this quality of resonance as we are coaching somebody. And we're constantly sensing in ourselves what is resonant between us and what we're saying and what we're doing.
So as a starting point, might just take a few moments to claim your space. It's kind of like a dog sort of twirling around a couple times before they settle into their bed. Just say, this time is for me. Time to let go of performing for other people. Time to let go of worrying about the past or the present. Time to come home.
And there are many, many ways of starting this first part of the coach state. The first C is centering. And that we say it's especially coming into the physical center of the body, which is not the head, it's not the heart, it's not even the diaphragm, it's the belly. And we often say, energy flows where attention goes. And just bringing your attention to this place, we like to say, just keep dropping it lower, lower, lower. So you can really feel that sense of a grounding.
I usually spend at least 8 weeks a year in China. And one of the things from the Tai Chi traditions in China is let your qi let your awareness drop into the lower half of your body, heavy, lower half, relaxed.
Breathe.
And that's so counter to our Western everyday consciousness. So it's something to practice. I drop my mind down at the lower half, relax.
We even like to say, when my wife and I are doing practices like this, we say, put your mind in your feet. Put it all the way down into the feet. Feel that universe of sensations that's in the bottom of your feet. If you're standing, you can really just begin to feel that contact with the earth.
Maybe some of you probably know who Steph Curry, who's probably the greatest shooter in basketball. And I was looking at an interview with this shooting coach, and he says, one of the main things we work with is the feeling of the soles of his feet and how they connect down into the earth when he goes to lift off to take a shot. And he was saying, he's I think Steph is now 34. So he was saying the way that he did it optimally when he was 24 is very different from how he does it optimally now at 34, because his body's different.
Yeah. So using various things, I often like to use somatic gestures, like putting the hands down. Sometimes I'll use imagination, like for example, I'll often imagine I'm sitting on I have a kangaroo tail or a dragon tail, and I'm sitting on that tail. And I can just kind of relax into that. So it's not a stiff posture, it's a get down.
I usually think of what we used to call Tianchi Nage and Aikido, or the heaven and earth. Breathe up through the body, through the crown of the head, rolling your eyeballs back, opening your shoulders, opening your hips, feeling the sun and the stars and the moon. And feel that just drop a beautiful, cleansing, golden shower down through your body, all the way down into the earth.
Stephen was reading that poem this morning about we open out to the sky, the stars, all space, and then come back again to the little sound, right? That way that we're standing, the way that we're breathing.
So you can bring your hands to your, what in the Chinese call Tantian, the Japanese call Hara. That sort of belly center is the first brain, really. Yeah. First brain. Here.
From there we're opening out that, again, that sort of that double sense, down, back, and down, and then opening from there, kind of like a fountain. When my wife and I do our coach state, when we have our practice each day, and kind of make a gesture of the arm, sort of opening out and turning, sort of just reaching out to all the goodness, all the resources.
Looking to open your field of awareness beyond any thought, any form, anything, any person, any place. Just open field. Presence, open presence.
And staying centered as you open is so important. Opening out, going down like a tree. The roots are down, the branches opening.
Soft eyes.
Yes.
Dropping down, opening to field.
And as that opening happens, there's also, as Stephen was saying, an awareness that goes beyond the thinking mind, awareness that includes our whole body and our being, but also that space around us, beyond us.
Just feeling almost like a river of awareness, just noticing the chi, the ki, just a beautiful prana flowing through, information, energy through my nerves.
And as I'm doing my coach state, I'm often finding which movements support that and which images come to me. So it's not just a verbal sense. I see colors.
And then you feel, I bring a connection beyond me to a positive intention, make a movement. I connect to a positive future. I connect to a community of resources.
Connecting to the earth, connecting to the stars, connecting to the ancestors, connecting to my imagination.
And then notice in that gives you a sense of grounding, presence, openness, quietness. So then you feel that you have the capacity for whatever is there. Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome. You're looking to keep your own presence centered and open, feeling almost like an energy field open around you.
And for me, every time I'm doing this coach state, I'm learning something new. I discover something new. It's never just the same old, rote thing. I'm realizing, there's a new thing. There's something else. There's another dimension here that I can add.
So then you just feel whatever's there is coming to help you. Whatever's there is part of your creative path. And so you don't get lost in it. You don't attack it. You don't let it invade you. You keep your coach state centered, open, awareness flow, connected to resources.
Connecting head, heart, belly, body, feet, earth.
So as Robert said, there's so many ways to do this, and every day it probably should be something a little bit different. Like, wow, that's interesting. You don't know when you step into the present moment, but you have these simple guiding dimensions to step into that part of your awareness and see how you can move it to grounded, centered, open, flow, positively connected, welcoming whatever's there.
And that's how we begin. This is, we say, that's the state of these filters. Starts here, starts with the somatic filters, cognitive filters, reaching out to that field. And that's, again, also why even those poems that we read, I like lines of poems come to me as doing this kind of practice that just really help to make something even more rich, sort of more real, more present.
At the end of even a simple experience, find a way to just say to yourself, good job, good job. Give yourself a hug. We have Eva Viprek on here somewhere. Eva represents not only this work, but Virginia Satir's, and she likes to say, Satir used to recommend 10 hugs a day minimum to maintain human connection.
For survival. And it's in these Zoom days and these pandemic days, we have to hug ourselves sometimes.
Yeah.
I've got to hug me those 10, 12 times.
So whatever happened, you just say, okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay, so we're going to pause here.
Yeah.
We're going to take it.
Over the 6 steps, Steve, before we pause, just so preview.
Yeah. Okay, Robert. Sorry.
Yeah, I think just because what we thought we'd do is, so this coach state, it's the beginning, but to sort of give you is just a quick sense before we pause. Gonna just share briefly sort of our basic steps that we're going to be going over these next 4 days. And obviously, as you see, it begins with where we just began, which is coach.
This is the key prototype. This is the prototype of what we hope you walk away from here with.
Yes. So we're going to be starting with this idea of a coach field, which doesn't mean that I'm in an independent state from my client, that we are in this resonant, resourceful coach state together.
Then secondly, for any sort of sustainable positive change, we have to have a clear, simple, resonant connection to our positive intention, our goal. We have to feel it, as we see later today, feel it in our body, represent it in our images, speak it in words. If that's not there, then things will just go into drift.
And then once we have that sense of out of this coach state, what's emerging is this sense of where is it that I want to direct my creative energy? And then once we have a direction, this is when we really begin to get into this, what we would call a generative performance state. So in our coach state, we're here, we're present, and we're welcoming. But once we set an intention, we're sort of beginning to activate resources that are going to begin to come and create that new possibility.
And then once we're ready, so we've done that kind of 3 states of really getting into a good state. There's something I want. I feel a connection to sort of a universal consciousness. I've organized my state in a way that will allow me to give an optimal creative performance. And then it's, let's do it. What are you going to actually do? What steps are you going to take to be able to make your dream real?
So our coach state is sort of, we're getting ready. Our intention is we're aiming that intention, and then we're starting to move into action. And inevitably, when we begin to move into action,
yes, but
something,
monsters, boogeymen, idiots, assholes,
and all kinds of things, both outer and inner. So we're gonna meet a plethora of them, and we like to say
it rarely waits for the 5th step. By the way,
it usually starts much earlier.
Yeah, much earlier.
But we would even go so far as to say, as sort of that, the bigger that intention is, the more meaningful that is for you. Most likely, the bigger the obstacles that are going to come, the bigger the resistance that's going to be.
And we really have this very deep positive connection to the resources, the symptoms, the problems. So we say, I often have said to clients, that's where the deepest part of your spirit is.
Yeah.
That's where your deepest power, it's inside of that thing, that place that you've tried to get rid of, you've tried to destroy all your life.
Yeah.
You know, that's the deepest part of your spirit. So we really put a lot of attention on how to safely and skillfully make friends and transform these demons into core central resources that are integral and necessary for you to move forward in your life.
And then we say, once we're able to find those resources that help us to transform these obstacles into a resource, and that really is one of, I think, the important unique features of generative coaching, is that we actually welcome the obstacle. We see the obstacle not as something to be broken down, gotten rid of, but as actually something that is, as Stephen was saying, it's a primal energy that we're going to need in order to be able to accomplish and create what we want.
And then finally, we really want to emphasize, whatever you do in a session with yourself or with somebody else, nothing has really changed yet. What the sessions do is they show possibilities, but it's really what you do after the session that really makes any change real. So we put a lot of attention. You'll see we have 2 general types of post-session practices. One is kind of deliberate practices, like Robert was alluding to, that allows you to have accessibility to this high positive performance state anywhere you are. It needs daily practice. And then the second type of post-session focus is, what is the homework? What are the specific things you need to do to realize this particular dream. It's like, who do you need to talk to? What do you need to do first? How do you need to organize that, et cetera. So
come in the form of sometimes like homework assignments. Other times there might be sort of journaling. There are many different ways, depending, of course, upon what it is that we're trying to reinforce and sort of deepen that we'll be doing in the practices.
So when we come back, we'll do a few Q&A,
Some questions.
exchanges, and then we will go into step one and show you sort of the prototype for how we help person find this coach state as their platform, as their base for being able to do any sort of creative work.
And by the way, just to give you a little bit of a sort of overview heads up here, what Stephen and I are going to do is we typically I'll do like one demo and then you'll practice. Stephen will I'll do like a demo of step one. You'll have a chance to practice. Stephen will do a demo of step two today. You'll have a chance to practice. Tomorrow, we'll sort of shift our attention to steps 3 and 4. And then on Saturday, we'll really be kind of doing a deeper dive into that step 5. And we spend sort of a whole day with that, and or most of the day, because then we'll, of course, get into step 6. And then we put it all together on Sunday. So this is sort of our path ahead. And we look forward to traveling that with you.
We do.
So we're going to take 10 minutes right now. Bio break. And
see you in 10.
Okay.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for beautiful opening.
Welcome.
And just a quick note, if you don't know who your group leader is or where your group leads or where the link is, stay on.
ready to
I
call
have
on somebody.
We need the
Федор, Володя, мы
Can you
сейчас
document
будем
that?
вопросы задавать. Stephen and Robert, please give the engineers some time to find person and to put it in the screen with you guys. So we would like a
Do we
person.
still need to have the document up on the screen share? Is
That's not,
You could take that screen share off.
okay,
Thank you.
we took it away, Robert.
Thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
please give us some give engineers some time to put a person who's asking questions on the screen. So
Okay, great. Okay, so folks, welcome back. Welcome back. And we have a little bit of time for any questions that you want to ask at this point. And so Richard, Oksana, in order for them to ask the question, should they
They've
just
raised
put
their,
their,
I see that two people have raised their hands.
Right, right.
And they're Michael, Michael and Maureen. I see it's Michael's seat. So we can start with one of them.
okay, sure. Call on one of them, Robert.
Maureen.
And
Hello,
please introduce yourself.
good morning. I'm here from Seattle, Washington, USA.
Oh, my time zone.
Wow, great.
Yeah.
Welcome.
So
Hi,
when
hi,
I
Maureen.
was doing the initial coach process, it was very cool because I felt this tingling in my legs that wasn't there before. It was like, oh, there's some aliveness here.
That's a
But
good
I was
sign.
also aware of a neuromuscular lock in my neck and right shoulder, which is not uncommon. And as you know, hunched shoulders are a classic 4F response. And so my question is, if as you drop into the coach state, you recognize a neuromuscular lock or holding in yourself or your client, is there something to be done about that?
Yes, it's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah.
You just assume it's rarely going to be the case that you just say, experience this, experience this, experience this, and then I have a complete 100% coach state and we all live happily ever after. I mean, so that's not going to happen. So Robert's going to do a demo next in which we start doing a little bit more conversational interaction by asking the person, when you need to reconnect with yourself, what are some of the things that best work for you? You know, your personal practices, and let's tune into a particular time where we experience that, and then we're going to sort of unpack the sensory details of that very slowly. As we do, there's going to be a lot of yes buts, or as I start to relax, I start to get tension here, or it's hard for me to relax my shoulders. That is the norm rather than the exception. So yes, we will be talking a lot about that. Just to finish that, Robert, what you would want to is really important that you see whatever the presence is that is carrying tension in the shoulders. You really want to say, isn't that interesting? I'm sure that makes sense. Welcome. So you're not just saying, will you stop tensing your shoulders and relax? But that tension in the shoulders carries a key resource that may need to be updated, but nonetheless, it becomes an integral part of finding a natural coach state that can hold all the different dimensions of a person's experience. Hope that makes sense for now.
And you'll show us how to do that, how to take
Will
the tension in my shoulder and turn it into something
Yeah.
creative.
So a couple of just tips here. Number one is kind of like, as we say, as you start to quiet things down, it's a little bit like, when you calm the water, the ripples get a lot bigger, that whatever's the disturbance. So that's often why when people start to kind of, I've even had, people will say, don't tell me to relax. My tension's the only thing holding me together, So we'll say there's usually some sort of positive intention of that, or it's a message that goes, oh, she's finally listening. You know, my wife is a mindfulness meditation teacher, and you know that's one of the most common things that happens when people try to go into meditation. These disruptive thoughts, disruptive feelings begin to come. So one just simple thing,
I'm wonderful. Thank you.
looking at this as well when we do.
Costa Rica, when the rest of where I'm from is 20 below zero.
Patricia Conlon, please turn your mic off.
Make sure everybody muted.
Patricia Conlon.
Turn your mic
My
off.
kids and I are going to take surf lessons later this afternoon. So
That's Patricia Conlon.
Wow. That is amazing.
Can we
Can you turn her off?
Sorry.
can you mute her? Thank you. Sorry, I'm sure she's not intending that. I know Patricia, she's one of our Irish friends. So anyway, the other thing I was just going to say, Maureen, is that usually we'll be looking at, like you keep finding an anchor that you come back to. This is this notion of resilience. So we'll be looking at some of those things. And obviously a lot of what we'll be doing, as we say, sometimes obstacles already start to emerge even at this step one. And we'll be going over, especially through the program, different ways of working with those. So thanks for sharing that. I'm sure you're not the only one.
Yeah.
So let's take a second one. I see Suzanne. There was Michael had his hand up. I don't know if he still is there, but I see Suzanne Becker has her hand up.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm Suzanne from Germany. I just have one question. I understood quite well the concept of the filters with the somatic filter and the cognitive filter, but I was wondering what you really meant with the field filter. Like, do we get information from the field that is kind of...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
What
one
is
of the
that?
other really unique features of generative change work, this notion of our emphasis on attuning to a field. It's you know, in physics, the field is everywhere. You know, just like the reason that you can see me through wireless is because of a field, and there's filters that are picking up signals, and we can do the same thing. We pick up these type of archetypal signals. So field is something, field as a carrier of information is sort of, I mean, that's the world we live in today. Otherwise, our smartphones wouldn't work, our wireless wouldn't work. It's because all this information is carried through these fields, and we have the same thing, you know, with different, you know, different types and qualities. So you'll have a chance to really experience that.
Okay, thanks.
Another, you know, slightly different way of talking about fields is they're all the communities of mind that we are part of. So our family is a field, our culture is a field, our ancestors are a field. We may work in the field of coaching. The land that we live on is a field. Our homes are fields. These are the contextual spaces that we live in. And when we are stuck in something, usually we have these invisible negative presences in the field. So you say, I really want, for example, you know, I've worked a lot with trauma, and I say that one of the things that happens in trauma is the perpetrator gets locked into somebody's somatic field. And so it's you're walking around with this voice. Your body deserves to be abused, unfortunately. You're walking around with this voice that says you're ugly, or you have no value of your own. Whose voices are those? I think the most challenging problems that we struggle with are almost always transgenerational. That we didn't create them in our lives. We were born into them. So we were born. I mean, Americans were born into 400 plus years of racism. We're born into centuries of violence against women. You know, I'm born, you know, from an Irish family that for generations had alcohol as one of its major techniques, to feel good, to feel warm, to feel some sort of connection. So those are all what we would call field dimensions. They're also positive fields. So what we work with a lot is anything that you are challenged by, you can't do it on your own. We just assume that that voice inside of you that says you're not enough, we say, that's right. So when we say, if you've got this challenge, who would be part of what Jung called your community of saints? Who are the people, the beings, the places that see you and support you and really want you to have a happy life? And those are part of your field. So
one of the interesting examples we were referring to earlier in that quote from Steve Jobs, where he said, don't let the dogma drown out. Don't get trapped in the dogma. Don't let the noise of other people's voices. Those are the kinds of things that are making a field, right? All that noise of other people's voices, the dogma that we live in. And again, as Stephen says, it's not only negative. Fields are also very positive. So I think it'll be very interesting. You'll have that's something that will be coming back again and again in the work that we're doing.
Thanks a lot.
Welcome.
I think maybe we have time for
one more.
One more, Thibaut. One more question, and then we should probably get to the demo.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity to learn from two grandmasters. And what I would say, my question is,
where are you from, by the way?
Berkeley, California.
Oh, I'm a Bay Area boy.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I follow your work and also Robert's work.
Yeah, great.
So it's kind of a twofold question. The first question is, how fast can you go from locked to unlock? Is it a microsecond? Is it a second? And then the second question is, in terms of having a model of the indicators, I'm trained in somatic coaching. So from a somatic coaching point of view, you look at your length, width, depth as determinants of being centered. So what are the determinants or indicators?
Richard Strozzi Heckler, are you talking about?
Yeah, and Wendy
great.
and Mark and many others.
Super.
So what are
it's a really
good, sorry.
It's a really good question. Actually, it's a really good question. Actually, that's what we're going to be doing in the next demo, is sort of look at how to calibrate that. But I do want to respond, like the first part of your question, how fast? So one of the things that we're going to say is that it depends on two different factors. One is, it's not like you're either crash or coach. One of the things we'll be doing in the demo is we put these coach versus crash on a scale of like 0 to 10, where 0 is I'm completely crashed and 10 is I'm fully in coach state. Now I can be generative as long as my coach state is probably something like 7 out of 10 or above. If I get below that, now if I'm at 6, I might be able to get back into a coach state really quickly. If I've gone all the way back down to 0, it isn't going to be a microsecond likely, Now the second factor has to do with practice, and just as you were just saying, how aware am I of what those differences that make the difference are? How skilled am I, and how much do I have, and how many different options do I have to be able to come back quickly? So that's, I think, the big question of resilience.
And for most of us, it's a lot faster to go from coach to crash than crash to coach.
You got it.
What we start looking at, Richard Strozzi Heckler is one of the great Aikido teachers. And, I did Aikido for 16 years. And there's a perhaps apocryphal story about O-sensei, the Aikido founder.
Yeah.
And they said, two of his students said, "Oh, sensei, you never lose your center." And he said, "Nonsense. I lose my center as much as the next person. I just come back faster."
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things we're looking at. Usually we're trying to punish ourselves. You fucking idiot. You're in a crash state again. How many times do I have to tell you?
It's called medical.
Or we think we have to understand something, or we first have to remove a negative experience in order to be in coach. You don't need to do that. you know, if you think it really, what crash means is sort of, you know, the Buddha's second noble truth, which is you're locking onto something.
Yeah.
And so what the practice is, and being in a place where you better be able to release your crash, otherwise you're going to end up on the ground. I mean, that was one of the good things about training martial arts, is it's just a process of feeling what it means to release all thought and all tension.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Some days are better than others, you know?
Yes.
Some
Thank you
days
so
are better
much.
than others.
Yeah, and
Okay.
and I think this one of the things, and it's really thank you for bringing up that question, Thibaut. One of the things that Stephen and I like to point out is that if you're, as a coach, as soon as we see our clients starting to go into crash, we like to say, you've got 5 seconds. If you don't do something in 5 seconds, it's probably going to take you then another 20 minutes to get back out. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm exaggerating, but depending upon what's going on. So
After about 5 seconds, it locks, and an old sort of program, an old conditioning starts to just dominate. And usually people are not, and one of the values of a coach is people are not aware that they're starting to lose their coach state. They don't see the triggers. But so it's one of the services that we provide is we're having this deep connection. We're saying, get into a coach state, and my responsibility is to help you get there in a way that works for you and help you stay there. And so, like what Robert's saying is, usually you could do a coach state, and as soon as you say, so what would you like to set as a goal for this session? Boom, they access some form of crash. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
As soon as you say, well, I'd like to, but so part of what we're doing is we're using our kindness, our playfulness, and our fierceness to really help a person learn to track when they start to lose their center. And then to realize I can't be complicated. I have to have some simple way of just coming back to center. Center, open, release, breathe, no mind.
And again, if somebody gets down too far, you know, somebody's gotten down into like 3, 2, 1, 0. Sometimes you're going to have to reset. It's not going to be, okay, well, let's just come back this way. It's like you've got some kind of break state. We'll give some examples.
And that's step 5. That's where we start focusing on step 5, which is how to welcome and transform these sort of automatic negative conditioning patterns that activate. Okay.
But to answer,
awesome, thank you.
But your question, Thibaut, is so good. It's such a good question. We're going to spend the very next demo answering that question, because that, I mean, truly, that's what our next process is about. I'm going to share the screen, in fact, for this. So again, always our step 1, and step 1 doesn't mean you do it and then you go beyond it. That step 1. We start it, and it remains through all of the rest of the 6 steps. It's always step 1, no matter which step you're on, because if that coach state isn't there, none of the other steps are going to be very successful. So this step 1 is about, as we say, opening a coach field. Now, we'll use the term coach state and coach field. And as we kind of have already said, the coach state is about you know, you're an individual state, and of course there are things that we're
performance state
as ourselves. But in the coaching conversation, the coach field is this resonance between coach and client.
Or it's opening just to, I hope that my term is not too Californian, but just to a universal field.
Yeah.
You know, call it what you will, but please call it.
Yeah. So again, we've already said, you know, that first part of, and again, there's no rigid formula here. And we use the term coach. It's an acronym to really, it's like, think of it poetically. We're not saying it stands for a specific thing. It's a whole field of possibilities there, where there's some kind of an attunement to the, you know, heart or belly mind. There's some sort of openness to a peripheral content-free field, as we've been talking about.
And one of the things that's almost unavoidable that a person's first generation of understanding of coach is, oh, that's a place where you just have positive experiences.
Exactly.
And that doesn't have much value, you know, if that's all it is. So we're really talking about this non-dual state where you can be what the Buddhists call have equanimity, sort of equal naming, equal presence to the joy and to the suffering of life, because they're both there.
I think this is so super important that when we say coach, we don't just mean happy, calm, serene. Somebody can be have rage and be in a coach state, which means that the rage is there, but it's held in a much bigger field, so that actually what that energy is all about can be, you know, can be understood, can be given a different kind of expression. So, you know, we like to say that with the coach state allows you to be with whatever is in that field without becoming it. And that's what's really powerful about it.
Keeping your human presence.
So as we say, then the awareness is about you're being able to sense experiential subtleties. You're connected to positive resources, your positive intentions. And then you have this sort of holding space for everything that comes, no matter what that content is. So like Stephen was saying, it could be joy, it could be sadness, it can be both at the same time.
And much more.
And much more. So the demo we want to do, and I'll kind of, as we said, we'll kind of switch off being the demo person. One of the main things we like to do, because people are always asking, well, you know, how do you introduce coach state to a client? You know, a client comes in, they don't know about coach. Do you explain coach to them? No, you know, you don't have to say, well, I learned this coach state from these California guys, you know, aren't you happy? You know, and they start going, no. Basically what we're saying is that a coach state is, you know, you want to start any session from sort of the place of being, you know, having a positive connection to yourself, and able to kind of be the best version of yourself that you can in whatever those circumstances are.
I just want to point out that illustration at the bottom is
yes.
from Antonio Mesa, who's here. Antonio, are you here?
Are you still here, Antonio?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
So
Antonio is one of the great illustrators of this work. So you'll see probably got 7 or 8 of the slides with Antonio's illustration. He usually sits here during the workshops and he draws what we're talking about, and he'll be sharing them each morning. So welcome, Antonio.
Thank you.
And just as also as a little bit of news along the way here, one of the positive benefits of the pandemic is that Stephen and I are finally almost done with the Generative Coaching book, volume 1 of 4. And Antonio is doing the illustrations for that. Some amazing.
And the layout. And the layout.
So here's what we're going to do. And we're going to imagine, okay, when we don't even have to imagine, it's saying, okay, here's a first session with a client. You know, a lot of times there's going to be a little bit of conversation, but and kind of maybe a little discussion about why you're here, what's important for you. But then we're going to finally say, okay, let's sort of formally get started with the coaching. Let's begin in a really resourceful state where you've got a positive connection to yourself. Because if we're going to do something important, we're going to do something creative and do something big, you want to have your filters. We might not use the word filters. We just say, you know, you're going to want to be sort of in this best possible place that you can be to get started. And we say, you know, sound like a good idea. And never had somebody say no. You know, they usually say it's.
But a lot of people will say, but how?
But how?
But how?
And that's what this exercise is about. So you'll see, we're kind of just first we say settle in, settle down, and kind of we're going to set this intention. We're going to open some kind of this coach field, a resourceful place that we both share. We usually start asking people for personal experiences, reference experiences where they've had some kind of, you know, coach type, you know, response. It could be, you know, if you ask people, you know, what are situations where you've really felt connected to yourself and your resources? People might say, oh, by the ocean, or, you know, when I'm cooking, or when I'm gardening. Yeah. Or, you know, doing yoga, running, etc. And
reading.
So, yeah, we'll start there and sort of begin to take that more deeply and take that inside. So not to the content of the behavior, like reading, gardening, whatever, swimming, but what is that doing inside of you? And that's where we begin to, and here's what, like Stephen was talking about, this is where we will also be using this quality of our resonance. We want to start getting a field going here. We're not just, you know, it's not just me talking to somebody else. We're creating this we experience together. And then basically what we do is we start doing a self-rating to help people begin to get a sense of awareness. Kind of what the question that we were just exploring, how do I know? What can I do to make a difference? And usually we might find, you know, that there's some part, some dimension, maybe I need to be a little more centered, maybe I need to be a little more connected or aware. And we'll just sort of explore what are some of these we call differences that make a difference. How do we do some sort of self-adjusting to increase what's going on? Now, usually what people try to do is they try to go from, you know, 4 to 10, and they think I have to always be at 10. And that's a trap. As we were saying, there's a zone of generativity that tends to be, you know, as long as you can get above 7 or so, 7 out of 10 to 10 out of 10, you're going to be able to be in this generative zone. So we're not trying to always crank it up to the, you know, full blast here.
Optima, not maxima.
Yeah. So that's what we'd like to do for this first demo here. And to get started on the demo, then I would like to invite Oksana and Richard. How do we doing the lottery this time?
Well, we have a kind of a shamanic.
Oh, nice.
Here. It's
lottery wheel.
Okay.
You're speaking my language.
Inspired Alex Roca-Riva experience.
Yeah, you might recognize this. So let's share the screen.
Oksana is from Siberia. They have a lot of shamans up there.
Whoa.
Ooh, so there's the names. Oh, we have the
wow.
The magic wheel here.
They borrowed this from Alex Roca. We were using this in Barcelona.
Okay, I'll find it, please.
Your screen sharing is paused.
Yes, we can't see I only see.
Okay, Володя, мы должны сейчас поделиться экраном, чтобы люди увидели колесо удачи. Okay.
Yeah, but
okay, we see that. Okay, great.
No, here's
мы.
Look.
Да.
Okay. I don't see the thing. We don't. You might have to stop and restart again because we.
I can't open my.
Okay, let's do stop sharing again.
Okay, I'm having a minor technical glitch here.
Yeah, just a second, guys.
Okay.
Do you have just a hat full of names?
Oh no.
Надо пошире открыть это, тогда будет доступно нам.
Okay.
This is fun if we can get it going.
Okay, great. Now I think we should
share.
I think you guys are really gonna like this. It's such a trip.
It is fun.
There we go. So no.
Yeah, there it is. There we go.
Okay.
So these were people who submitted their names as wanting to be volunteers. If you didn't and you still want to, just send your name to Richard and Oksana.
Well, there's a Google Doc I think you guys sent a link to everybody.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, let's start.
Round,
ready?
Round,
yes,
round we go.
What's the shamanic thing we're doing?
Quantum kaleidoscope.
And it is
through many universes, many names.
Adrian.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Adrian.
Wow.
Congratulations, Adrian.
Adrian has been selected as the galactic representative to find a deep coach experience. Adrian, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Please, everybody, turn off your camera and your microphone except Adrian, and don't turn it on before
Ever again.
we told you. Okay.
Okay.
Hi.
I'm going to turn off my camera. I'll be here, but
Accidentally on video.
Okay,
That's
here we
why.
go, guys. This is really going to be great.
Okay, please turn off your video.
Okay. So Adrian, actually, I don't know if it's okay with you. You know, like we were saying, sometimes it's a little bit better to do this standing. Is that something?
Yeah.
You're doing? And Adrian, where are you from? Where are you right now?
I'm in France, near Paris.
So am I.
Oh yeah.
Where on which side are you?
In the south suburb.
South suburb. Okay.
Robert, please, just a second. Please, dear participants, turn off your video.
Everybody, turn off
please.
your video and turn off your microphone.
Before every demonstration.
I'm on the east side in Fontenay.
Okay.
Adrian,
please.
We're glad to see you. Let's see, William Palmer.
Okay, we have several participants who did not turn off their video. Please, let's wait for a while.
Okay, I'm gonna help if there's any real here.
Well, while they're doing that, Adrian, we can just sort of kind of get ready. So you know, the beginning, as we said, is kind of just taking that moment together, just as we say, settle in, settle down. That, you know, I started with that poem this morning about presence. And so if we just to kind of come to, you know, into this place, and, you know, interestingly enough, we're actually not really physically that far apart, but I've done this with people on the other side of the ocean, and actually really part of the goal here is for us to really also feel a quality of connection together. And I like to think of the screen not as something that separates us, but something that can actually connect us. So it's good to see you, and glad that you were chosen. By the way, Adrian, as even before we sort of get started into that sort of formal first step, what are some things that are intentions that you have for, you know, being in this course, and what you would like to be able to create? What are some of your interests? And
I would like to create an art school.
An art school?
Yes, that will use these techniques.
Great, fantastic. And are there places for, you know, where you're really focusing right now? Are you sort of just getting started? Are you,
Yeah, I'm getting started.
Okay, good. And so I imagine, though, there's a lot, you know, there's probably a lot of things that go on with that, you know, where it's probably a lot of, I don't know if there's pressure, if there's excitement, if there's, you know, what kind of things go on for you as you are thinking about getting your art school?
It's a time for creativity, because I have to think the whole project, and to welcome all the resources that I can get from others.
Yeah, great. Well, that's actually why I think something like starting with a coach state and learning a coach state will be so useful for you, because, as you said, it's kind of the thing that allows you to sort of hold everything together from this place where you're not, you know, getting overwhelmed by it. You're not sort of losing focus. You're able to, we like to say in a coach state, you're able to be both relaxed, but also ready, and focused, but also spacious. Because most often, if people are ready, they're not relaxed, or if they're focused, they're not spacious. So it's really kind of creating this place of a most resourceful self. So does it sound like a good idea to sort of, you know, learn some more about how to get yourself into this place of being the best version of you that you can be?
Yes.
So Adrian, let's start with, you know, this idea that, you know, we were kind of guiding you guys through a sort of a coach state earlier, but my guess is that you've probably also had lots of other experiences in your life where, you know, maybe even at other times when you were starting something, you were ready, and it was successful, you know, you were able to start and kind of sustain through that and stay creative for an extended period. Do you have any kind of experiences like that where you really feel like, yeah, this is the kind of way that I want to be able to, you know, to move through this creative process with this, making this art school?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
All I see is collective workshops when many people are gathered around me, and we chit chat, we exchange ideas.
Cool. Yeah. So that's a great. So by the way, I can even see your body sort of into it. I see this kind of. This is what we call a somatic model. This kind of, you said that. So being in these places where you're having these collective experiences, and there's this kind of creative chit chat going. And what I'd like to invite you to do is, if you were to put your attention from, okay, yeah, there's what's happening on the outside, but there's also in that creative experience, there's what's happening inside of you. And if you were to sort of pay attention to, well, wow, what goes on inside as you are in those experiences, what do you become aware of?
I'm very alert.
Yeah.
And I try to feel all the ideas, and if there is something that stays and have an expression in me, in my body.
And what is that like? I'm getting, by the way, as you start saying that, I start to get kind of these little chills inside of me. And is that mostly a feeling? Is there a temperature there? What is that like when you've got that kind of energy going? It seems like a really powerful, resourceful energy. Does it have a color? Does it have a, you were kind of making movements, like maybe it has a certain quality of movement, like a particular direction, or?
I feel I have like my two legs are like big rocks.
Yes.
And I'm more like a plate. It's like,
wow.
Like there is space here, and there is an attempt. I'm waiting for something. There is an expectation.
Yeah. It's, but by the way, just as you said, it's such a, I was really taking that on myself. It's such a beautiful sort of an image. And really I was thinking, yeah, those legs like rocks, that's like being centered. And then that plate is like being open, you know, you're sort of open. And you say sort of waiting for something to fill it.
Mm.
What about some of these other things we were talking about, sort of being alert and connected? Because I get a sense that this is also a state of you being very, very alert and ready. What else do you notice about this?
I have a sense of feeling the emotions of people.
Wow.
That's
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, that resonate with my own heart.
Wow. Wow. That, I mean, by the way, it's so interesting as a coach, because I wasn't necessarily expecting that. When you share that, it's like, wow. I mean, it just becomes such a rich experience. And I can also see that resonance, that you experience that being touched right now.
And I feel that I'm I feel I'm part of a circle of people, and we are, it's like I can feel them, and I feel that it's kind of my place to be a catalyst.
Yes. Wow.
What is going to happen to?
Yeah. This seems like a really interesting gesture. What happens inside when you're doing that? What is the sense like?
It's like I know there is something to be brought to life.
Yeah. Wow. That's great. And that's what we're calling this. It's like being on that edge, like we said, between that generative state where there's the quantum world, and it's like you're bringing it into reality. Yeah, it's beautiful. I'm curious because, you know, one of the parts of the coach state is also connection, and you already were talking about feeling connected to the people there, and sort of connecting to these possibilities. Any other types of connection that you feel or are aware of when you're really in that, you know, that state of, you know, being, you know, kind of being in this creative generative space?
Yes, I feel there is like a big a big ball of energy, yellow, that is here, and it's like there is a feeling of richness, of bliss, and it's like it's talking to me. It's telling me that there is something that will come. I'm very sure of this.
Wow, wow, wow. So this ball of light that's here, it's so interesting because you're saying it's talking to you, it's telling you there's something that's there.
Yeah.
Wow. So let's put these pieces together for just a moment. So you have the feet like rocks, you have this plate that's there, you have this sense of, you were saying this resonance with the other people that's touching your heart, and there's this sense of connection, and you were saying you can sort of feel there's these potentials that are right there waiting to be brought in, and then this voice that is telling you it's, you know, from that ball that it's there. And if you kind of put those all together right now, and just a interesting question here is, on a scale of like 0 to 10, where like 10 would be I'm 100% in this place, and 0 would be, you know, I'm not in it at all. I'm you know, in some kind of a crash state. What would you say that the place that you're in right now is, just in this very moment? If you just let a number come, 0 to 10.
Like 5.
5.
Because I can feel my legs are shaking.
Your legs are shaking, so that's interesting. By the way, where did the 5 come from? Did it just
from here?
From here. That's a cool thing to know. I want to say to that place right there, welcome. That's really nice. So now already we're doing something really interesting, because you were saying, right, I'm 5 out of 10, and something about my legs.
Yeah.
So let's explore. I mean, part of our practice, our exercise here would be, what is it that could help you to sort of get those legs even more sort of grounded? I mean, you had the image of rocks. I don't know if maybe it's something more than that. Maybe it's taking a little time for us to slow down a bit, breathe more deeply. What is it that?
It's like I would like to have roots and to be connected, but to the earth, but like with a quality of love, and like I would like to be old by the roots.
Yeah. So let's take a moment, and I mean certainly one way to do that is just to allow yourself to take just a couple of moments to really imagine that, feel that, let those roots grow a little bit more. I know, you know, where I live in California, we have these big tall sequoia trees, and the reason they can stand so tall is that their roots are so strong to hold them. And what is your best way of sort of getting those roots there? Do you picture them? Do you just sort of feel them?
I can feel there is it's like snakes. It's like very sensual, and it goes inside the soil.
Yeah, I love that. That's
fluidity. Yeah, fluidity.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, as you do that, I can feel my roots growing too. So let's really breathe that and feel that, and sort of celebrate the sense of those roots, kind of like snakes. They're going down. You said they're also very fluid. And I'm curious, as you do that, what happens in your legs, and what happens, you know, to that sense of being grounded, rooted.
It's like there is a little bit of apprehension to be not welcomed by the.
Interesting. So let's take a moment there and pause with that and say welcome to that apprehension. That makes sense, doesn't it? That there would be, if I'm really going to be going down there, that wow, am I really going to be welcomed? where does that part of you that kind of has that, ooh, you know, that apprehension, where do you feel that in your body? Is it kind of more
like here?
So I just want to just take a moment to say to that apprehension, welcome. It makes a lot of sense. And something there is kind of just needing to be given its place. Just say welcome to that. And that, of course, is also something that we can bring to help bring roots to itself.
Now it's more 2 points.
2 points. That's interesting. Interesting to know. Let's just keep welcoming that. Because again, one of the things I think will be interesting is having those roots grow deep enough and that plate big enough that it can also welcome this apprehension. And I know for myself that often, as we've been saying, that's a really important part of creativity too, that energy. We can really give it that place in that plate. And what happens when you can do that, Adrian?
I feel there is a softness.
Softness.
Yeah, a softness, yes.
Yeah, that's interesting, that becomes a softness.
Yes. My legs are still shaking, but there is a softness, and there is all this part is very calm. And
this part is very calm. That's interesting. You know, Stephen was talking about that kind of interesting thing of having a shower, like maybe breathing that softness just a little farther down, a little farther down. Welcome, welcome. Sometimes, like I know that for me, just to share with you, for me, there's this kind of an image of a sort of a golden light that sort of moves down kind of through the top of my body, down through my body, down through my legs. I know that's just sort of what's happening for me right now. Curious what goes on for you.
I feel this softness. I think it's getting down.
Isn't that interesting that I was just thinking, you know, when the legs are rocks, there's not enough softness. Maybe if there's that softness that comes to those rocks, they can actually even be more stable, you know, so they're not so rigid. And it seems to me like that can be something really important and really powerful to just sort of keep allowing, sort of with each breath. And I don't know if there's any kind of an image or any kind of words that come from that. I was thinking just now of that ball of light and the words that it tells you, and what words might come to you from that ball of light if you really allow that softness to keep going.
I feel it's telling me that I don't have to be so stressed.
Yes.
On my legs, on my.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's really important. And what is that? What happens when you can bring that knowing into your legs? And
it's like there is a fear of falling down.
That's interesting.
It's like if there is a I don't know the word.
En français?
Something you can drag and I will fall.
Well, that's interesting. Where does that sort of concern come? Where do you feel that? Is that the same place, or is that a different sort of concern? That
in the knees.
In the knees. Well, that's interesting. Let's say welcome to the knees. Say, we need you knees. So if we were to really sort of see, I'm sure that makes sense. That of course, I'm realizing, boy, if I am not so stressed in my legs, maybe I fall right over.
I noticed there is no shaking anymore.
Oh, that's interesting. What happened? What just happened there? That we said, oh, suddenly there's no shaking.
I don't know. There is some sensation of, I don't know if it's cold or hot. I don't know.
But it's a sense.
It's here. It's here.
See how, isn't that so interesting? Kind of like we were saying, that these things that seem to be a problem actually have the solution inside of them. And when we can sort of welcome them and realize, oh, that just has this intention, suddenly whew, the shaking shifts. And I'm curious what's happening for you now. How do you?
I feel very, very hot and warm in the legs.
In the legs. Wow.
I'm sweating. It's not, there's a feeling of sweating.
That's what we call, that's exactly what we say. That's the somatic intelligence. That's not coming from there. That's like, whew. I can feel my own legs tingling as you share that. It's like, at the same time, I also kind of feel this almost like a sinking into the earth a little bit. Almost like the earth is also soft and sort of receives me.
There is also the snakes are coming and going into my legs and the earth. There is a movement.
Great. Fantastic. Their movement down and up. Wow.
And up, yes.
Fantastic. Just as a last question, I mean, so on a scale of 0 to 10 now, where would you say that you are? You know, before 8. It was 5.
It's 8.
It's 8. Fantastic. The last thing I'd just like to invite you, because this, first of all, thank you for taking me on and us on this journey with you. It's and it's learning so much. I mean, I have my own self. I've learned some new ways to get into coach state. So the last thing would just be, often I like to find what we might call an anchor, which is something that can remind you of this so that you can go, oh yeah, I know how to get there. And, you know, it could be a movement. It could be actually even something you create, like I don't know what kind of art you do, but, you know, it could be like a drawing of the tree and the snakes, or, you know, what would be kind of a way that you can really remind yourself to how to get back to this place?
I think I can do a movement like that.
Yeah, great.
With my hands and my hips.
Fantastic. I like it. It's like the snake dance.
Yes.
So, Adrian, again, thank you. I will remember that movement. That's going to be a new one for me to help me as well, and just really appreciate your level of awareness and willingness to really engage this with me. So, and may those times when you're building your school, may those be there for you.
Thank you.
So thank you. And Adrian, as we sort of get ready to kind of wrap up, we often like to just ask if there was anything that you felt, you know, just from this little bit of this coaching session, what was either most important or most useful for you in terms of what we did, and also maybe the interaction between us?
The welcoming part. All the seeming obstacles.
Yeah.
The shaking and
yeah. Great. Getting them on that plate and realizing. Well, I think, you know, I always think about that with art, you know, if there's no dark, there's also no light. You know, we sort of need to bring all of those things together. That's what gives it its richness. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can invite everybody back. And what we're going to want to do next is to give everybody an opportunity to do a little practice on this this process. I'm going to put the slide up one more time, just so you can see it. So we first kind of start with this first part of, okay, where is a naturally occurring experience where you already feel this kind of these qualities that we associate with coach, this kind of resourcefulness. And now again, you'll notice if you watch what I was doing, I wasn't just kind of standing back and asking a bunch of questions. I was joining Adrian. I was mirroring the movements. I was trying on some of the things he shared. I was sharing with him things that were happening to me. And the purpose for that is that we're creating this conversational space. This is that what we're calling a field that's not going one way, it's going both ways. And then we start that process of scaling, of sort of we call it self-calibration, 0 to 10. And then we're kind of picking different elements. So in Adrian's case, he was feeling, wow, my legs are shaking. So I'm not kind of so centered or grounded. So then we're starting to just bring a little attention there. Now, what is not put on the slide, but I think is really important, has to do with the things that take you the other direction. So some things are going to take you, from 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8. But other things are going to feel like, oh, I have this apprehension, I have this fear. But you'll notice at this stage, essentially what we're doing is we're saying, this is a team member. This is a team member that we need to welcome to the tea ceremony and give it its place. And generally, as we could see with Adrian, that's enough, especially at this stage, at the beginning. And in fact, we got a couple of really interesting examples of how that seemingly obstacle energy transformed. So, yeah.
Who was our Seattle person? Was that Marie?
Marina?
Maureen.
No.
Yep.
Maureen.
Yeah, Maureen. So Maureen, I hope you could see the question you had, that was a sort of a featured part of that exchange between Adrian and Robert. So he said, as I step into this, I feel that my feet are, completely like rocks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's blocked chi. Okay. And that's where the shutdown is. And notice, Robert just had that same, oh, isn't that interesting? Welcome. What happens now? They begin to shake. That shaking is a very classical thing when something that's been in traumatic lock begins to release, and you get this shaking. All you want to do is slow it down, make sure they're breathing, make sure they're connected, because it releases something. Then you have that final stage of the shaking went to this sort of, what was it, Robert? Warm?
Yeah, this warm, like a warm fluid. It was like, well, actually what Adrian was saying, he said, I can't tell if it's hot or cold. It's just, it's temperature.
At first, and then it turned hot, right?
Then it was hot.
Yeah.
He was sweating.
Yeah. So
I do want to point out one thing the really interesting thing you mentioned, Steve, because when Adrian was first talking about his legs being like rocks, he wasn't saying that in a negative way. Actually, he was saying that because, oh, that's a way that I stay stable. But notice how it's remember we said it's a kind of a hidden thing. It sounds like it's a good thing. Oh, I want my legs to be like rocks. But Steve was saying, yeah, that's actually an interesting form of crash, isn't it? I've got to have those so solid. And this is where, as a coach, we're going, oh, that's interesting. We note that, we kind of go on in that exploration as we start, doing that calibrating. We start to see, yeah, that shows up now as somebody's going, wait, there's me.
Okay, so this basic first part of the conversation is, hi, how are you? Tell me a little bit about what you want. Let's get you into a positive performance state so that you can creatively make that happen. And we're particularly looking technically about how to unpack this third part. Let's get you into a positive state so that you can realize your dream. Okay. And the basic question is, well, when you need in your ordinary life, when you need to reconnect with yourself, you've just been working 40 days and 40 nights, what are some of the things that you do that really help you to make that reconnection, right? So that's the positive reference state that we're using as a way to activate the coach state. This is the prototype.
And just to point out, Adrian started with a particular content. Oh, I'm at, at this interaction. But notice that was not where we were focusing. We didn't say, oh, let's look out at that environment. We start bringing the attention inward because we're saying, actually, what we want to know is, what is that bringing alive in you, so that it's not tied to this or that particular content. So now notice that Adrian has this. He doesn't have to say, oh, gee, I need to go and be in a group of people exchanging. It's like, now I can have this anytime I want it. And that's, again, a key part of this. We're sort of disconnecting it from its content so that you've got access to it as a resource that you can have anywhere.
And to actualize that state, we're doing what we call work on the vertical axis.
Yeah.
So it's not like, well, tell me what it is that you cannot work just from the head.
Yeah.
So you say, oh, well, there's an experience where you experience that. Let's take a moment to welcome that in, slow down, breathe, bring resonance. So it begins to move from something up in the head you're talking about to something in the body that you're talking from.
Yeah.
Right? That's what you're coaching. And there's a lot of things that it's indeterminate what exactly the sequence that you will need to move into to naturally unpack that. So if you could see, Robert started with, let's pick a positive reference, but the conversation was really unfolded from what Adrian and then Robert, and that you're working well because it's not clear who's leading whom.
Right.
But everything that comes is coming more from this experiential place that you cannot determine beforehand. You just know that there are so many different possible experiential dimensions. Let's tune to the positive experience. Let's get a grounded conversation. Let's invite each sensory component of it to begin to happen. And then let's sort of integrate that into the present state. Oh, that's interesting. So something in the feet. Isn't that interesting?
And so
breathe that in.
We're not saying, oh, let's do the snakes technique. I mean,
yeah,
exactly. We have no idea. We have no idea what's going to emerge. That's what's so wonderful about this generative work. Anything can happen, and every client is different.
Okay, shall we have them do the exercise, Robert?
Yeah, so I guess we're going to do our first, how are we doing breakouts and practice? I guess you guys have already done.
Yeah, I think you're going to go back to your small group, and your small group team leader will organize you into exercise rooms with somebody in your small group, right, Richard, Oksana?
That's exactly right.
Exactly.
And so for the practice time, I think we had, and we're going to also do a little break after the practice. So I think when
we're coming back in 40 minutes.
40 minutes. So at whatever 40 minutes after the hour, because it's right on here in France, it's 8 p.m. in California, it's 11 a.m.
Okay, so we'll come back at 40 minutes after the hour.
Robert, Stephen, would it be okay to do the break first so we can get the lost sheep into their mangers?
Absolutely.
Whatever is the easiest way for people to get into the group, Richard.
If we had 10 minutes to get the last people organized, that'd be really welcome.
Okay.
But we ask everybody to go to their breakout rooms to group Zoom with team leaders before the break. So let's check everything right now. Be sure you are in your group, leave the main Zoom, and then go to the break when you're already in your group Zoom room with your group leader. Okay.
go to your.
I cannot still go into the Zoom. Maybe we can check.
Okay, hold on. Let's get the main people.
Yes.
The majority of people, go to your room at once. Once you get there, you'll take a 10-minute break.
Take me to your leader.
Yeah,
so everybody go to your small groups, and if there's people that are still having trouble, you stay here. But we don't want to have the whole group have to go through this cacophony.
Oh, it's just life.
It's life.
No, it's
We're staying in a
concatenate.
coach state as we do it. This is our
Right.
first coach state practice. All these lovely little technical glitches. They're really good opportunities to practice.
Exactly.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you,
I'll
guys.
see you guys in
Yeah.
20 minutes.
Does that mean all of you who are on the screen don't have a way to get into your small group?
We'll
Yeah.
see. Okay.
Okay, please,
Let's
in my Zoom, in this Zoom room, please right now.
you did a knockout drawing of that demo. That was amazing.
Wow.
Thank you for
Thank
posting
you.
that.
It
If you
would be
haven't seen
nice
it
to
on WhatsApp,
introduce Antonio.
yeah,
It's in
To
the
the
WhatsApp group, and you will see it also tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. And Antonio is really such an extraordinary artist. And
yeah.
he's got to,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay, let's get going. Robert, anything you want to say about the last exercise, or should we just go straight forward?
I think we more or less covered the stuff about that. We'll have time for Q&A a little bit later, but I think what maybe is most important given our limited time is that we go, well, what do we do next? So
Yeah.
where we got with Adrian, is like in this place where it's like, yeah, okay, now I'm at sort of 8 out of 10 on this place, and I'm kind of interested in developing my art school. And so what would we do next as a coach? We would move to step 3.
Or 2.
Sorry, step 2. I skipped step 3. Sorry.
It's okay. So we just want to say that we're talking about creativity at the heart. The question that is really our professional question that we're getting paid to ask and answer is, what positive reality do you want to create in your life? And we look at this core of creativity. We see that the creativity is going through these representational maps that have somatic, cognitive, and field levels. We see most of all that the crucial creative distinction is the human presence that's holding those maps. You can either be basically checked out and on automatic, and then things are held in a very rigid way where you're not feedback sensitive and you have no way to continue to adjust. Or coach state is this sort of open state that has so many different creative dimensions.
We see on this slide here, kind of these are sort of the basic, foundations. We might call them, sort of the pillars of what we want to keep holding throughout that conversation. So centered, open, aware, connect, welcome, and then, those
what I call the 4 R's, which really is that how do you ensure that an experience is able to move luminously with chi flow through the whole body mind. And to have that, we need relaxation. It's not relaxation like drooling. It's the relaxation that every performance artist realizes is the necessary starting point for creative performance.
We were speaking with Adrian about this idea of relaxed readiness. So not like just, but that sense like a cat. If you've ever watched a cat when they're looking at something, they're really focused, but the tail is always completely, fluid.
And then your sense of the experiential field is resonance. It's not muscular solidarity. So it's something's in resonance. You feel it's alive. It can move any which way. It's not fixed. It's not locked. So things like, in Tai Chi or Qigong, the energy ball, a lot of things from trance work are about feeling this resonance in the mind body. So relax, resonance, rhythm, and repetition. Repetition is what activates the creative state. And then whenever you get into this difficult territory, you're always thinking, simplify, stay simple, commit to something, but open to feedback. Everything needs to be feedback sensitive, and then reset and do it again.
So this just to underscore this notion of repetition. You could hear in the demo, with Adrian, there's repetition, not just verbally, but in terms of the gestures. So we say you're really trying to get these things in the muscle, and from a neuroscience perspective, that repetition is you're sort of really literally strengthening these synapses.
So in the 6 steps, we have these first 2 steps, which we're talking about. Step 1, coach, and step 2, intention. I think of them practically as sort of the twin towers of the first platform for generative change. So some clients, you start more with coach. You say, okay, before we even talk, let's do some settling in, some settling down. Let's connect to a positive state. For other clients, they will say, that's just a bunch of woo-woo stuff. I came here for a particular reason. And for those people, you would talk more about the intention first. But they're really sort of blending back and forth. It's what do you want? And how do you make sure you can open a state so that you can make that happen?
And one of the things that happens invariably through most coaching conversations is kind of like you could see in the demo with Adrian, we're starting off with something like, oh, well, you want to create an art school. Well, that's a really big chunk. So when we start getting down to, okay, so what are we going to work with on this session? So then usually at that step 2 is where you're really beginning to bring a focus to the session that is going to be probably a part of a bigger creative goal. But to actually coach, you can't coach in abstract. You've got to really focus on something. So that's kind of what we're starting to do at step 2.
Now, of all the steps, this is the one that always takes me the longest. It seems like a really easy, a really simple question. What do you want? But I spend probably more time on this question because it's hard. It's not easy for people to say it in a way that they can resonate with it, in a way that they can envision it, in a way that they can stay present and bring it out into the world.
And I think, one of our principles here, and I think it's what's challenging about this, Steve, is we talk about, not too tight, not too loose. And the point being that, if somebody just goes, well, my intention is, I want to, go get a cup of coffee tomorrow morning. It's like, there's no generativity in that. If somebody is overly specific, there's basically nothing generative about it. You don't need generative change.
Yeah, if a person is having to pay you for generative coaching to know how to get a cup of coffee, that's going to be a little bit of a challenging session.
And that's an exaggeration, but the other side is somebody goes, oh, my intention is, I just want to be happy, man. I want to be happy. So we go, okay, there is some kind of very interesting dynamic here. That says, okay, to be generative, there's got to be a focus, but it's also got to be flexible enough. The term we like to use is sort of shimmering. It cannot be overly rigid.
You have to be able, it has to be resonant. You have to see that what a person states as an intention is resonant for them, that when they talk about it and when they declare it, you see it's touching someplace important for them. I mean, I could say, so we have these 3 conditions. Has to be succinct, which we say 5 words or less. Doesn't mean you right out of the starting gates, 5 words. Maybe the client has to chat for a couple minutes and just sort of informally tell you in their own way. But for a working statement, a well-formed, you say, let's try this. I'm going to ask you to express what you want in a little bit, with a little bit more constraint. I'm going to ask you to say it 5 words or less. Okay, so what I want is, and you got 5 words. And I hold my hand up usually and I count the words as they're talking. And I'd say at least half the people exceed the limit. Bam, I'm sorry, you exceeded the limit. No more than 5 words. And people's like, God, this is really hard. But we're trying to get them to strip away everything and cut to the chase. You have to say it. You want to know what I fucking want? Yes. Tell me.
And I think this is so important because what often happens too is that there's this kind of idea, I think, and I've run across it sometimes in traditional coaching, that, and even in NLP with this whole idea of the meta model, is that if I just use more words and the right words, it's going to be clearer. And actually what we find is the more words you use, you're often getting farther away from what you really want, because it's sort of just coming up into this cognitive verbal space, that even if you're clear verbally, it doesn't mean that you have any idea what you want. So again, this idea of being succinct.
So it has to be positive. Positive meaning it's something you would actually be creating or experiencing or doing or achieving. So a lot of people will say, I just don't want to feel so bad, or I just want to get rid of this. And that's not going to be a generative conversation. So you can say, well, if you didn't have this, if you didn't have that problem, what would that allow you to do in the world that you think that would be interesting? And a lot of people say, I don't know. On that, I don't know. We were talking about the field. There's a lot of voices inside that say things like, that would be selfish, or that's too much, or you can't do that. So it's hard to get a succinct, positive statement. Part of it is the person, as they talk about their goal, they're not fully connected to themselves. So that's where the first step comes from.
But I just want to say, when you do, it's magic. I mean, so really think about what you're looking for here is, what are these few simple magic words that are going to sort of ignite that flame whenever you say them? And I know that, I mean, hopefully we've all had that sense. I know that I've really had that experience where it's like, that's it. And then the second part is, it's not going to be just verbal. We're also going to have an image. Now the image may or may not be, because it's a generative, remember we're saying it's a generative goal. I may not know exactly what it's going to look like, but I will have some image that represents that, at least that direction.
So that's another way of saying we've got two types of images. We have social reality images, which would be an image of what it would actually look like in the world. So I was talking with a woman who said she really wanted to improve her marriage intimacy. And I said, if you just let an image come that would represent that. She said, I see my husband and I hugging. That's a social reality image, right? That would be something probably representative of something she'd like to see out in the world. She could also say, I see two birds flying in the air. That's not social reality. That's a metaphor. It's good to have both types of images.
And I have to say, in some cases, as we'll see, and as you'll experience, I have to sort of start with the non-social reality image and kind of chunk it into something that is more of the social reality. That's a way of like holding it a little more tightly. If you start, sometimes people have too rigid or tight of a social reality image, and I'm kind of saying, well, let's make that more of a metaphor. What would be an analogy for that? So again, this is that interesting thing that you're going to find with generative coaching. We're always looking for this interesting balance, not too tight, not too loose.
So you have to be able to say it simply, resonantly, positively. You have to envision it, and you have to embody it. So here we get into what we call somatic models in the generative change work. Somatic model means, so there's something you really want to do is create this deeper intimacy in your marriage, for example. Just going to ask you to sort of drop that and ask your body. So we're not saying, what do you think, how do you think your body would represent it? But if you drop that question into your somatic, invite your body to explore and find a somatic representation, a somatic model that represents that.
So, and this can be really important. I was working with somebody who's saying, yeah, well, my intention, I want to have more wealth. That becomes an interesting question. What exactly do you mean by wealth? And you can use a lot of different words, but it was very interesting if you say, show me your somatic model of wealth. Now, if somebody starts, counting up a bunch of bills, you think, well, okay, that's interesting. But then, somebody else might be going, that's wealth. You think, oh, okay, now I'm getting what it is that is really sort of the deeper structure of what you want that may have many, many, many expressions. And that's the key to generative coaching. It's not like one expression per customer, one reality per person. It's, there can be many, many possibilities of what that means.
And actually something that typically will happen is the first round in a session where you're talking about intention, you'll get more ego goals.
Yeah.
So I want to be rich and famous and have everybody like me, right? And as you continue to go in the session and you ask a person to tune in somatically, often the goals shift from ego goals to more of these soul goals. I just want connection.
Yeah.
I want to be able to share my life. I want to make a contribution.
Well, in this case of the example of this person that wanted wealth, actually the goal turned it out to, it had nothing to do with money. It was basically a career change where she could actually do something that was really what her heart wanted, and to actually feel that she could go into this place that had never been allowed. It's a conversational space that was sort of taboo of what she could actually do if she really wanted to in her life. So it's really interesting, as we say, where these intentions take us.
Okay, so this is the sort of well-formadness conditions. When we're asking for a goal, we want words, 5 words or less. We want visual image. And again, it's not what image do you think, but just drop the question a little bit lower and see what comes out. Sometimes you say, just let your body start moving and see what image comes out. And then show it with a simple posture and a body movement. Okay. Now, I think it's obvious if you look at that. If I say, for example, Robert's example, I want wealth. If I'm just saying, I want wealth, the nature of that conversation, I think, would be profoundly different than if you said, well, I want wealth, and it's something that starts here and it looks like that, and there's an image. Was there an image that went with that conversation, Robert?
Yeah, so the image was actually like a sort of a, if you can imagine a golden light sort of going out,
Yeah, golden light.
It's like
Great.
this expansive sense,
Right. So
restrictive.
So these are not only enriching, but they're positive constraints about what's going to come out of the creative consciousness. If I want wealth and I have to be able to get it, that creative process from that state is going to be profoundly different than what I most want in my life.
Yeah.
Is wealth. And I see a golden ball. And now we can ask the next question: where in your life would that be most meaningful? Would it be in your personal life? Would it be in your professional life? Would it be in your relationship with yourself? But if the conversation is based on somatic feeling, slow, Tai Chi-like somatic movements, visual images, and resonance in the statement, those are the conditions that will yield a much more creative conversation. So shall we give it a go?
Yeah. So just to summarize, I mean, so usually people might start with, again, they're either going to start, too loose or too tight. And so if it's too loose, like we were saying, I want wealth, or I want health, or I want happiness, we're going to start kind of slowing that down, embodying it, and then we'll eventually get to this question, where in your life do you want that, and then what is that like? But we're still aiming to keep it in those 5 words or less.
All the action doesn't happen until you start bringing it into a certain place in your life. Yeah. So if you say, well, I just want happiness or wealth, don't we all? And there's nothing that's really interacting with it at that point. When you say, what parts of your life do you think is most calling you? Oh, everywhere. Sorry, man, pick one place. Pick one place where it would be really, really important, because that's where the action starts happening, and where that experiential dynamics is, that's where the important conversations are.
So yeah, let's take a look at what that would be like with another demo. That's Steve. I will pass the
Yeah. So Richard, Oksana,
we're going to spin that little spinner again.
Yeah.
And wait a minute, before we do, I like to just sing a little song to invoke the goddesses and the gods. So who's got a song from their culture they'd like to briefly share? Anybody?
It's got to be brief.
I can sing.
Okay.
Tamar.
Who is I?
Sing.
Who's speaking?
Tamar.
Oh, did I really speak up? Okay.
Come on. What culture is this from?
I'm Jewish and I live in Israel.
Okay. Let's hear a good Israeli Jewish song.
But you want something with vibe, or you want something?
Whatever.
You know what?
Mood.
Okay, I'm gonna give you. It's okay. Well, if you want, I'll give you the words after. It says like that. Ben Adam, Alele Malale, Alele Malale, Ben Adam, Alele Malale, Ben Adam, Alele Malale, Alele Malale, Ben Adam, Alele Malale.
That's beautiful.
יש לך כנפי רוח, יש לך כנפי רוח, כנפי נשרים אבירים, אל תכחש בם, פן יכחשו בך, דראש אדם דראש בן אדם, ויגאלו מיד.
Thank you.
And if you want the words, I'm happy to.
Oh, no.
Our choice.
The words are often afterthought.
Remember, the first language is musicality, Tamar.
First language. So I'm sincere. There are a number of times when I ask people to sing their intention.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine if, like, Tamar she was saying, here's what I want, and she communicated it with that song? Do you think that would be a different relationship she had to her deepest longings, her deepest dreams? Of course.
Yes.
So, all right. So, Richard, Oksana, spin the wheel.
Let's do it. Let's get the next.
We're going to spin this baby, right?
Okay.
That's right.
We are sharing the screen.
Where is the wheel?
Okay. Okay. Let's renew here.
Okay. Everybody
share the screen.
Okay, we are just waiting for program allow us to share the screen.
And here.
Okay.
Are you guys ready?
Володя, включите, пожалуйста, демонстрацию на экран.
Round and round.
Here we go.
Round.
Okay. This is it.
Where we stop, nobody knows. Round.
We have a winner.
That's a slow wheel of time.
Jaime Nichols.
Jaime Nichols, congratulations. Please, everybody except Jamie, please turn off your microphone and camera.
Also, we have to stop sharing the screen, or we'll just see the.
Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. Let me just take, please, friends, colleagues, let me just take a moment to ask you, with all my heart, turn off your microphones during the demonstration. Turn off your videos during the demonstration, because otherwise it interferes. Thank you.
And always your microphone should be
Who's the person? Jaime?
Me.
Hey, Jaime, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks.
Great. Super. Where are you? Wow, you look like you're in some other galaxy there. With
Well, I'm in Austin, Texas.
Well, usually around this time I'm in Austin. I have a 33-year supervision group in Austin.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the group. I'm not part of it, but I'm familiar with
And
it.
I think Molly Gazzino, who's in that group, is here in the group. I don't know if you know Molly.
No, I don't, but I would love to get to know her.
Yeah, she's an incredible art therapist in Austin.
Cool.
What is that wild thing you have behind you?
It is I believe it's called a tamari. It's a Japanese embroidery ball thing that I just
And is that like surgically attached to your body?
No,
or?
no, it's a virtual background. It's more exciting than my my wooden shutters behind me.
Yeah. Okay. Richard, Oksana, I've got a very green screen there.
Yeah, we see it. We're on it.
Володя, у всех зеленый экран. У Стивена, у нас тоже.
The engineer is explaining that the problem is with Zoom. They don't have it on their screen. That with the recording is fine, but something's
Please
happening.
delete it. Please delete it.
Please delete
deal
it.
with after. Can we delete the green screen?
That's
I think if we...
Так. Володя, Саша, Федор, можем ли мы удалить зеленый экран?
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm at my computer. I'm just trying to delete the darn horribly ugly green box.
So we are doing, I just want to briefly explain, Steven, what's happening technically. We are doing at the same time, we are broadcasting, and the broadcast is perfect, everything without green. We don't know what kind of Zoom problem right now, but some of participants, they have green screen, some of them don't. And the problem could be, this is, you need to update your Zoom, everybody who see green screen.
Okay, but for right now, can we just get rid of the green screen for the demo?
Саша, Володя, мы сейчас можем его убрать или мы не можем убрать этот зеленый экран?
Давай рамку уберем. Мы не можем так работать, мы не можем продолжить. Уберите, пожалуйста, рамку и будем работать просто в Zoom.
Тогда бродкаста не будет, Ричард.
Да?
Тогда не будет. А вы можете так, чтобы людям не было видно, а бродкаст шел?
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jaime, sorry.
It's all good.
Have you been hearing voices?
I have. I'm bringing back my Slavic ancestry.
Okay, there you go. So, hi. Nice to connect with you, even if briefly here.
Mm-hmm.
So how's the workshop going for you so far?
It's going great. It's,
Super.
you know, I actually saw you for a weekend in Austin, Texas, probably about 10, 12 years ago. So
yeah,
it's good to reconnect. I've certainly, I'm familiar with this body of work, although I've never done the training. So I'm excited to actually do the training.
So what I'd like to explore with you, just as hopefully it'd be helpful for you, and also just a good illustration that people can practice, is just this connection between open a coach state, really connect deeply to what you most want, and be able to experience and represent that internally and externally. Yeah. Okay. Sound good? So that's the core. Are you okay with standing up where it might be little easier for people to see you.
Sure.
And as Robert said, a lot of times, some people find it best for a process to be standing. Some people prefer sitting. So it's good to know both are available.
Yeah.
So informally, Jaime,
Mm-hmm.
what would you say is on the top of your list in terms of what I really, really, really would love to have in my life is
to let go and let in.
Right. And what would you let in? What would you be letting in? If you say, man, I was finally able to let go and I let in a connection with, boom, and it just was,
Connection with my wife primarily.
all right, super. Glad I asked. Glad I asked. And let's just take a moment and breathe with that. I couldn't help notice as you said that it touched something in my heart. You know, I want to let my connection with my wife in more. And just to make sure that we have that at a deep creative place, take a breath, make the statement, and just thinking, I need to let every cell, every organ just be able to absorb. I really, 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 really want a deeper connection with my wife.
I really, really want deeper connection with my wife.
Super. And you can feel, just as I hope it's okay, Jaime, I occasionally comment to the group.
Absolutely.
He's not that far away from it. Most clients will be jumping all over the place at this point. Yes, but if only she would be different, or if then someday. And so you can see he was able to cut to the heart, cut to the chase, say it, and release it. That's you're halfway home when you can do that. So, Jaime, we're talking about the interconnectedness of the coach state with the positive intention. What we're exploring in the last exercise or so far today in terms of, you know, what really works well for me in terms of getting into a, you know, positive presencing, positive connection, feel good with myself, feel good with the larger world.
It's a sense of being both lighthearted and grounded in a way that opens myself to the wonder.
Yeah. And are there certain things that you do, certain places you go, certain like listening to music or
Well,
hanging out with? Yeah.
I've played guitar for 30 plus years. Certainly just hiking around the hill country here in Austin.
Yeah.
I've got chickens. I'm always amused and get some wonder from hanging out with the chickens.
You've had some very deeply intimate relationships with chickens.
Well, I wouldn't say they're deeply intimate, but they're our dinosaur ancestors. So I enjoy
okay. There you go, brother. What kind of music do you like to play?
Texas music, rhythm and blues, a little bit of country, a little bit of singer-songwriter stuff.
Yeah, well, you're in the center of the music scene there, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's left of it.
Yeah. So I wonder if you just breathe and say, I really want to open to this place where I can deeply, honestly explore how to have a deeper intimacy with my wife. Any songs that come to mind? Any music? Any? I was channeling Chris Christopherson all of a sudden. And loving her was easier. Cecile, get off the camera. Yeah. Sorry.
The song that comes to mind is an old Ray Price tune called "I'll Be There."
I'll be better.
I'll be there.
I'll be there. Awesome. Awesome. So let's just breathe with that. And breathe with the right price tune. Breathe with that title. I'll be there. And to be able to sense from the deepest place in your heart your connection with your wife. How long have you two been married?
Not that long, about 3.5 years.
3.5 years, yeah. Usually is about the time where you realize, shit, I got to go a little bit deeper in this relationship, right? So, great. So you could see there's a little tightness in Jaime's chest. And when he starts talking about that, there's a little bit more of a clog there. And so just be sort of interested in what sort of movement would begin to open the chest a little bit. Change colors, change feelings, different songs, different memories of when you felt vulnerable, different connections to places you go hiking in the hill country. Find that place where you just have a sense, okay, everything's okay. Everything's okay. Shit, I sure picked up a lot of junk along the way, but everything's okay. And tell me what you become aware of there, Jaime.
In the body or in general?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. I'm still sensing into that tightness.
Yeah.
There's, it's almost like an armoring around the heart.
Yeah.
And
Isn't that interesting? Wow.
Well, yeah, it is interesting, and it's been there a long time, and
that's great. So, I mean, I can't help but wonder that, as you found this woman that you really want to spend your life with, one of the things that started touching are places where, in earlier times you had to armor or shut down.
Yeah.
And whatever is that vulnerability that's behind that wall, it's being called to wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Yeah, there's a sense of just doing this standing is helpful because it is kind of a waking up and standing up.
Yeah. Awesome. So let's now do the kind of the formal part of the exercise, which is a 3-part statement. Mm-hmm. And what I'm really going to ask you to be doing is do it like you're singing a song. That is, you're not just reporting information. You're trying to feel it in the resonance of your body, like you'd be singing a song. And like I was saying just before, sometimes I actually have people do it as a song, to sing the song. But first statement is words. What I most want with my wife is.
What I most want with my life is to open and connect with Vanessa, which is 6 words.
Yeah. So, and if you were to reach into your heart and just then find what a somatic model of open and connect would be, show it to me, brother.
It's letting my heart break open.
Yeah, and what would you want to send to her? What would you want to release into the world? Because you see, when Jaime does that, it's still pretty much inside of him. But love means reaching in, feeling that, and then lifting it up, lifting, open, see me, feel my vulnerability. I share places in me that I had to shut down, and I open it. Open. Release it. Let it go like singing a note. Sing it, release it, come back to center. Maybe we can go for a second verse on that. What I most want with my wife is...
What I most want with my wife is openness, connection, and sharing.
And an image that goes with that is...
And the image that goes with that is... two people witnessing together.
That's good. Let go of the constipation, brother. Feel that constipation? Hold everything, trap it, keep it inside. I know a lot about that, so to say wherever you feel it, practice lifting it, because it doesn't really touch anybody or anything until you lift it out of your body and touch somebody with your soul. That's good. That's awesome. And a somatic model or movement that might represent that sharing a deep core of my vulnerable soul. That's good. Release it, relax your shoulders when you do it. It's like throwing a ball, like singing a note. Put it out, I release it. I'm done with it. Just let it enter the world. And then I breathe in from the world. And then one more time, Jaime, what I most want is...
What I most want is love, connection, and sharing.
Yeah, you go, brother. Yeah. And an image that flows from that is...
And the image that flows from that is...
Release it. Release it. Constipation setting in. Let your body release and see what images come once you release your body. Like, you don't know what it is until your body releases it.
And the image that flows from that is a deep spring flowing through the hill country.
Good. And if I show you that with a funky movement, play that funky music, white boy. Good God. That's beautiful. Yeah, you look like I can only imagine your wife looking at you and say, there's the guy that I fell in love with. Yeah. And just as a way to close, you just maybe witness all the people and places that told you along the way, don't do that shit. Don't show your vulnerability. And Can I show you the Irish finger signal that goes with that?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
I'm here to love.
I am.
I'm here to love. Every breath I take. Okay, if we stop here.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Awesome. And what we did, when Robert was doing the demo, just take a moment for anything you'd like to share with the community in terms of what was most interesting or helpful about that brief process for you.
Well, I've heard you talk before about understanding and really getting that felt sense of understanding.
Yeah.
And the singing really, I mean, when you talked about singing it, and you were obviously very sincere about having people sing their intention, but really getting the experience of it and the understanding of it, and being able to kind of release a lot of that constipation through the 3 iterations of doing that.
Yeah.
Very awesome.
If I was the supreme leader, I don't think I'll ever be, but if I was, the first law that I would have is every hour on the hour, no matter where you were, what you were doing, everybody would break out into life as a musical. So you start, jumping up on the tables and Thank you, Jaime. Thank you for sharing a little piece of your journey. Really, really appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And we just
we'll just want to comment that you could really see, Steve, that during that whole process, that coach state as a base is so important. And Steve was using sort of that humorous term constipation, but we really think, Jaime, really helping to go, oh yeah, there's those places that I'm not necessarily aware of because I'm sort of in the process. But then when you can do that, I mean, that's really what makes the whole thing work. So
yeah. So we could just bring the cameras on for a moment. You can turn your cameras on, and you can even turn your mics on just for a second, because as soon as you get your cameras on, there we go. You want to open your mics in any sort of message you want to send to Jaime.
Sing it.
Just go for it.
At the end of Robert's work, you may remember him saying, in my words, that he got a lot of therapy out of that session. So how many of you got therapy from Jaime's work? Get therapy from every client you work with. Every client you work with. Get therapy and healing from them.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Jaime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful.
Okay, so Robert, should we get them into a brief?
I think we better get them going because it's getting. I know it's getting.
Yeah,
really
so I think team leaders, we only have time to go one way in this exercise. So you're going to have 20 minutes, and really the base pieces are coach, statement of a positive goal, 5 words or less, image that goes with that, and the somatic movement that represents that. Okay. And if you can get it in a rhythm, that will really start to activate the creative juices much more. All right. So coach, positive statement, image that represents it, somatic model that represents it. Do it like 3 times.
Yeah, you saw with Steve how it kind of things will evolve a little bit. Sometimes, as we said, the intention itself will even evolve into sort of a whole other spectrum of words. So this is a really important part of the process.
Okay, so go into your small groups, and
And
we'll
when-
see you back here in 20 minutes.
Okay.
So 5 minutes till the hour.
Okay.
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 Mhm.
Yeah.
And the snakes, but I
And the
will
snakes.
make better pictures of it.
Are you
Thank
in Belgium right now?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're not
We're-
so far away from each other right now.
No, we're not. We're not, but we can still not travel to France to come and visit.
I know.
Soon, huh?
Soon, hopefully.
I just got my second Moderna shot yesterday.
Congratulations.
Oh.
Yeah, I think
Ah.
I think this is going to be a good year. I mean,
It's definitely already starting off much better than last year.
well, starting with fucking get Trump out of office. Jesus Christ.
Get rid of 2 viruses at the same time.
I mean, I've heard so many people say, God, it was like finally like an abusive father finally getting kicked out of the house. You know, every day it was just violence and craziness for 4 fucking years.
Oh.
And the vaccine is on the way. Some of us
Vaccine.
a little sooner than others, but I'm double vaccinated with Moderna.
Well, I'd like to thank you for that opportunity to go and play golf. I played golf. I had fun.
You mean during the pandemic?
No, right now.
No, just now.
Oh.
Great, Pam.
Oh.
It's good to see you, Pam. I didn't know
mean-
you play golf, especially on breaks like that. That's great.
Are we talking
yes.
virtual golf?
No, we did the process. We played golf.
Okay.
That's your coach state. I completely understand that, having done golfing a fair amount myself. It's the most it requires the most mindful. I think it's the most mental sport of any.
You have to be in a coach state, don't you?
Yes, it's a very
Yeah.
big playground
Yeah.
to experiment.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Do we have a quorum, Robert? Do you think?
We've got 82 people, so about half.
And a dog.
And we have Sweet. This is
Yes.
Maxine's dog, Sweet.
Hello, Sweet.
She's certified in mindset
In mindset
mapping, and
maps.
she's here to be certified as a generative coach.
She is.
He might get there before you. Who knows?
She knows how to transform trauma, doesn't she, Maxine?
Yes, she does. And she's an oxytocin generator by nature.
Our dog, Marley, should be up tomorrow. Marley's my daughter who lives on the property, and I share Marley, but she's an equestrian therapist. So I think she goes to work
wonderful.
early in the morning. So Marley will be coming up here.
Jaime also has a very cute dog there, I can see.
Who does?
Jaime.
Oh, Jaime.
Jaime, it was just.
I didn't see the dog.
Okay, folks.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Hi, Natalie.
Hi, Natalie.
It's so great to see everybody. I just have to say, this is like I see Elena, I don't know, so many of you. It's just
It's really one of the silver linings of the pandemic as we do all these Zoom courses, and we just are able to draw from all over, for all Zoom classes. Usually, I mean, we have like Robert has NLPU and I have San Diego Trance Camp, and that draws from all over. But otherwise, we're kind of, whatever region we're in, we're kind of limited to those people. So, folks, hope you had a good exercise. Sorry, it's in an abbreviated sense.
And I know it's getting late here and even later in other places.
But here's what we tried to lay down the first day. It's creativity. Creativity is sort of the quantum light coming through filters.
Yeah.
In order for what's getting out the filter to be able to unfold creatively in the world, it has to be met and supported by positive human presence. That's coach or crash. Okay. Mm-hmm. So those are the sort of the building blocks. And then we say that this model for sustainable creativity has these 6 pieces. Every step, each piece has an infinite number of ways that it can be realized. So even like step one, coach, we say just for certification as a generative coach, you should have in your toolbox at least 10 different ways to develop a coach state. And
I would say 10 times 10.
Yeah, and then you realize most of the time that what actually unfolds as the coach state that works for that particular session and that particular person is really unique to that person. So we're really trying to be careful not to think of generative coaching as having these fixed techniques that we're imposing upon people.
What we want to present to you, though, in these 4 days is we have certain fundamental prototypes, we call them, which again are not intended to be a rigid technique. They're intended to give what we would call a sort of it's a structure that can hold a lot of fluidity and variation. We would say disciplined flow is kind of the term we use, but you sort of have the banks of the river, if you will, and then the river can flow in many ways between those banks.
And then we're just seeing that the 6 steps allows us a way to coherently unfold a session. It also allows us a way to assess at those inevitable points where we feel a little bit lost, something's not working, we're not sure. We could just go through, do we have a coach state? Do we have a well-formed, a resonant positive intention? Do we have, on a scale 1 to 10, a reasonably decent coach performance state? Have we identified and welcomed the obstacles? So having those steps really give you not only a way to coherently unfold, but they give you a way to assess along the way how to make sure that you're playing with a full deck, as we say in American slang.
I think just a couple of things that I would want to just sort of add to this is that, number one, we're saying that creativity is always a conversation. It's a conversation between, on the one hand, what we're calling the sort of quantum world of possibilities and the classical world of, actual concrete embodied expressions, which are what are here now, but are not the only possibility. The other part of the conversation is between these opposites, as we'll see, that, when we start to set an intention, even when we start to go into a coach state, we start to get these complementing forces, these complementing parts. So I say,
a third conversation is between something in the head and something in the body, either the heart or the belly. So that's what we call the cognitive somatic link, which is really, really crucial.
So we'll be continuing this this conversation tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to move to steps 3 and 4. Steps 3 is basically, as we said, once we've sort of opened this coach container, this coach field, and then we've brought into it our intention. Now we really want to get prepared to make that intention actual. That's that big part of the conversation. We say tomorrow we start entering this conversation between dreamer and realist, where we realize, okay, I need to hold my intention. I need to keep connected with myself in the present. So there's a present to future connection. But then there's a third connection, which is to what are all the resources that I'm going to need to actually do this? That's the essence of generativity. I can't just do what I've always done before. I've got to start reaching out and calling upon sort of these new resources, these new areas of support that I haven't had before.
And it's holding all those different pieces in some sort of aesthetic intelligence or balance. That's really where the generativity emerges. There's an old story about the 2 Japanese samurai, and one of them challenges the other to a sword fight, and they go with their couple students each, and they go to the appointed place and time, and they set things up, and the 2 samurai come out. They got their swords hanging at their sides. They look at each other, they bow, they draw their sword, they step back, and they're waiting. 5 minutes passes, Nothing. 10 minutes passes, nothing. 15 minutes, there's an almost imperceptible nod. They step back, sheathe their sword, bow, and walk away. And the students say, Sensei, why didn't you slice him? Why didn't you dice him? And they both say, he gave me no opening. He gave me no opening. So that aesthetic balance, and that's what tomorrow, the generative state, is when you have your attention and your presence organized around center, intention, circle of resources, embodied presence, the negativity is almost impossible to get in.
Yeah.
The negativity always gets in where you've let, where we say in all martial arts, he gave me an opening. You know, martial arts are always looking for openings. You know, they got the presentation. Something is got an unconscious abandonment, and that's where you're going in.
So I would say, yeah,
go ahead, Robert.
That the if we were to take two phrases, the one that characterizes today, that are sort of our main focus has been not too tight, not too loose. Tomorrow, this focus on aesthetic intelligence, we're going to say it's more like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So that's going to be sort of our shift, and that's essentially what we mean by aesthetic intelligence. I've got to have the sort of the right balance, the right harmony, and that's what's going to set us up to be able to deal with those obstacles, which are generally going to emerge when there's too much of this, not enough of that, too much of that, not enough of this.
Melted. It was set on fire. If you don't know anything about it.
I think we have not everybody on mute right now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, folks. So let's use that as an opportunity to call it a day.
Yeah, and we'll have time for Q&A tomorrow. I know that there's a couple of hands up, but
you will be meeting with your groups at what? It's 8 o'clock my time, right? So
yeah,
you all know.
And 5 o'clock.
And I think Ava, are you here?
Yes, Ava, unmute yourself, Ava.
Oh, there you are. So I saw Ava was announcing. Ava is sort of the somatic queen of generative change, and she was saying that she usually does the somatic movement. So go ahead, Ava, if you want to just.
She's our reindeer. It looks like.
Well, first of all, I'm not always looking like this. This is Crazy Women's Day in Cologne, and I'm a Colognian German girl, and in lockdown, I just need to be a deer for now.
I thought every day in Cologne was Crazy Woman's Day.
No, it's just a special day. So apologize for my unprofessional look.
Don't you dare apologize. You're gorgeous.
Now you have to do this every day.
You look very generative there.
30 minutes before we begin the small group, I added an additional link, and I have been somatically integrating and practicing what we're teaching throughout the day. And so I want to offer you like a 20-25 minute time where you can bring your beautiful self and let the body move, or imagine it moves and you don't move, or whatever you want to do. Just hang in and just let's revisit the day. And so I just want to offer you that space to before you get into your beautiful groups, to come as a larger group together. It's an offering. You can come, you can bring somebody. It's completely open to however you would like to use the space. But that's my way of contributing.
You had that link on the chat room here.
Yeah,
also have it on
put a link on the chat room.
On the WhatsApp.
Come as you are. We may sweat a little bit, but that's good. Get the juices flowing and be ready for the day. So
great.
Dankeschön.
I'm not going to be a deer tomorrow, just so you know.
Don't what are you going to be tomorrow?
What are you going to be
tomorrow?
What
a different thing.
So I just want to also
Eva's always a deer.
Oh, Patty! Yes.
I also want to say thank you to Antonio for your graphic facilitation drawings.
Oh,
Gracias.
very cool.
we'll sort of review some of those.
Bravo!
Bravo!
Gracias.
Hooray! Hooray!
Gracias.
Bravo, Antonio.
And thanks again to all of our team leaders, and of course to Oksana and our sponsors.
Good. Engineers.
And to Zoe.
And our engineers,
support.
to Z, to Fedor, to all the engineers.
We really want you.
Exactly.
We really want to say thank you for this day, because the team was great and it was a lot of hard task. And I want to personally thank you, Z and Kamna, our supporters, and also our broadcast engineers.
Fyodor, Sasha, Volodya.
Fyodor, Sasha, Volodya, спасибо.
The green screen was weird.
Спасибо.
But it's not on the recording, so we'll have a clean recording at least.
You will get email in a couple hours. You will all get email from us with the first day video recordings. It's a unlisted private link on YouTube. It's only for participants, not visible for anybody. Also, please, in order to have all this information, check your spam folders, because the system is automatically sending letters. You just don't see them. All who are here, you all had your letters. You just probably they are in spam. So, and also the last reminder, tomorrow we will meet in our small Zooms, in group Zooms with your team leaders. So at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, you are in your group Zoom with your team leader.
5 p.m. Central European Time.
And
yeah, and then in 30 minutes we will meet
is
you.
when we start in the whole room. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Robert and Steven, thank you very much for this great day.
What an amazing day! What an amazing day!
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And thank you to our two volunteers, to our two our clients, to Andre
Awesome.
and Jaime. Thank you.
How do you guys get such good clients?
Yeah.
It's the field.
Okay, folks.
Thank you.
Folks,
See you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Middle of the day here.
Bye bye.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye. Ciao.
Everyone, bye.